Tumekubaliana kwa mikono. Kwa mikono. Asanteni sana. The secretary.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, you have confirmed that this gentleman is the Secretary General of Bas Party at the county level.
In fact, he stated the same himself in that clip.
And where was this event? What was taking place and who were in attendance, if you are aware?
It was held at Kinoru Stadium in Meru during requirements for the late sniper. Members of the county assembly were present. Other leaders from also the National Assembly were present, and members of the public.
What is your intervention? Certainly it cannot be a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there was an inconsistency between the interpretation, the verbal, and the whatever we saw written on the screen, particularly within that clip that relates to bribe of the Senate. The interpreter did not mention bribe, but the transcript on the screen mentioned bribe. Could that be made clear, Mr. Speaker?
Can you play that clip again? And Mr. Interpreter.
Yes, sir.
You know the Meru language very well, yeah?
Yes, Mr. Speaker,
Okay,
sir.
give us the true translation.
All right, thank you.
General Bas.
You can play to the very end. The very end, I think the last few seconds.
I'm very excited now that Maua is not paying cess or tax to the government. And they are not going to pay anymore. Even those metals should be sold like scrap metals. Those metals over there should be sold like scrap metals. And we are going to announce that there is nowhere that tax will be collected. To give out our money to go and bribe a Senate.
Thank you. We can pause there. I think for the sake of Honorable Kajwang, that is now clear. Mr. Witness,
Is it now clear, Senator for Homa Bay? You got it clearly?
In the first instance, the translator used the word to corrupt the Senate. In the second instance, he's used the word to bribe the Senate. Perhaps I leave it to the senators to confirm whether those are synonyms.
You know, English and Meru sometimes can vary drastically.
Indeed, I can confirm that, my lord.
Proceed.
So, the gentleman is talking about selling some metals as scrap. What metals is he referring to?
It is the cess stand, which is used to collect revenue for the Meru County government.
So he's inciting members of the public, number one, not to pay revenue, and number two, to even destroy public property.
That is true.
That's true. And why is he telling them to do that?
He is alluding to the fact that the revenue collected by the county government of Meru is used to bribe the Senate during impeachment processes.
Thank you. Can we now watch VKM 18? From the beginning.
Tutatembea na hii familia kwa vyovyote vile Mungu akitujalia.
The body of Sniper is over there.
Viongozi tukishikana na hawa hakuna kitu tutashindwa tutasaidia hii familia. So familia Sniper, personally mimi mwenyewe nitafanya maneno mimi mwenyewe, na pia wabunge tutasaidiana tuone hii familia imekaa vizuri.
Na inaonekana mauaji yalifanyika na gavana wa Meru. Tunaomba gavana wa Meru leo na bwana wake wakamata leo. Mnakubaliana na mimi? Wasipomkamata leo, sisi wa Meru tutawasha moto Meru.
Si basi tutoe sandaka tuweke hapo kwa Sniper. 247. Then account number 07 ndero kiroi na cash.
For the one who has cash.
Na cash uneje ya KB.
Those who got that cash should bring here.
Bishop waja, Bishop Rungama.
To the bishop here. Bishop, can you stand?
Choaga ntoa yukia cash yu aroaje as a vote of thanks.
Get a place you can receive that cash.
We
go dropping that cash over there.
We can stop there for now. Mr. Witness, where was this event and who are the people that we have just watched in that video so far?
That was also another requirement held at Kinoru Stadium, requirement for the late Sniper. And the speakers who have already been shown in that clip, we have Honorable Rendekiri, Member of Parliament for Bori. We have also seen another public member from Egembe. We have also seen the Speaker of the County Assembly of Meru.
What role was the Speaker playing in this event?
He is passing the mic to Wana Alaji or Monde Moguna. Therefore, I deem he was the MC of that event.
We have seen about Sadaka for a pay bill and some other forms. Kindly explain what you were able to understand.
It was money being raised for the late Sniper's family, and the Speaker is stating that money can be raised to the pay bill number provided, and he also states that whoever has cash can hand it over to the bishop for the same purpose.
Was cash raised during the event, to the best of your understanding, not through the pay bill? Was cash raised? Because we see him giving a bishop that task of collecting cash. Was there any cash?
Of course, because it was in a public meeting, there ought to have been cash that was raised in that meeting.
Thank you. We have also had utterances by one person directed to the governor. Who is that individual?
I didn't capture that.
There is an individual talking about the murder of Sniper and saying that they are going to lit fire within Meru.
Oh yes, he's a political activist in Meru County.
Thank you. Let us proceed and watch the remaining part of the video.
Ndero kiroi na cash. Na choaga ntoa yukia cash yu aroaje pa thanks. Tutatoke la cash yu.
The house of shame, that house of greed, called the Senate, a house of shame, a house of greed. Aingeturudishia ugonjwa huu Meru, atungekuwa hapa. Therefore, I am sounding people like Kimbone Garware na wale wengine, tumbo zenu zikaongoza nyinyi mpaka ugonjwa ulio Meru mukafanya ugonjwa huo ukakita. Shame on you, house of shame. Shame on you, house of greed. And we are ashamed that institution in Kenya, which is supposed to safeguard the interests of the people of Kenya, succumbed to a few coins, a few cents. Shetani ashindwe. Hii ugonjwa atunge kuwa nao wakati huu. Kumbukeni, Mbone Arware, I want to remind you, ulisimama mbunge la Senate, ukaita watu wa Meru waenda wazimu. Siku ya leo nataka kutadharisha, wa Meru wamekuonyesha, sio wa Meru waenda wazimu ni nyinyi. Mjumba la haibu, mjumba la kulimia tumba zao, ni nyinyi waenda wazimu, sio sisi. Na ine.
Thank you. I do not know whether you want to make any comments in respect to that video, but I felt that it is self-explanatory.
I do not wish to comment because it is regrettable and the ones are self-explanatory.
Now, Mr. Kawira, kindly, in very few minutes, talk about the governor's efforts. Thank you for the indication of time. Tell us any efforts that you are aware of that the governor of Meru made to reconcile with leaders, if any, and what role you played. Because the assumption has been that the governor is a lone ranger who does not work with any member of the county assembly and other political leaders within Meru.
In fact, immediately after the second impeachment failed in the Senate, the governor of Meru went back to Meru and made a clarion call that let all leaders come together and unite. She made a call for reconciliation and also asked for forgiveness if she had wronged any leader in Meru. And thereafter, the governor of Meru went ahead and stopped Okolea programs, which had aggrieved members of the county assembly. Thereafter, the governor trying to reach out to me, myself as the leader of the majority party at that time, and I hidden to the call where I went and listened to her carefully, and she told me the plans that she had, that she was inviting all the members of the county assembly to come and work together with her. And at that moment, I asked her to give me time as the leader of the majority party to go and try reach out to other members so that maybe she can organize a meeting with them and try to forge or try to bring reconciliation. After I left, I went and reached out to the members of the county assembly, and they all declined, especially the leadership of the county assembly, declined to attend a meeting with the governor. And once I communicated that message back to the governor, she asked me if she can make our efforts about reaching out public and state that we had met, and I agreed because I was convinced about her genuineness that time. And she went ahead and made that remark that the majority leader of the government of the county assembly of Meru and agreed to reconcile and work with her. Immediately thereafter, a meeting was convened by the majority whip of the county assembly of Meru together with the speaker for the 59 members who were in support of the impeachment process, where during that meeting myself I was tasked to explain if I was still for the cause of removing the governor from office because of the statement that the governor had made. And if so, I should apologize to the members because I intended to maybe bring disunity or disarray their cause. At that point, myself, I stood up and told them that it was the time. A time had come that every member of the county assembly should be given freedom to exercise their democratic right of either to support Governor Kawira Mwangaza or to oppose her. What followed immediately, I walked out of that meeting because I declined to apologize or tell them if I was for that cause. Immediately after that, a press conference was issued, led by the majority whip, where they declared because of some they have to do some alignments in the leadership positions of the assembly, so that the business of the assembly cannot be disrupted by maybe leaders who abandoned that cause. At that point, Honorable Speaker, because that was a press conference that was covered nationally, the then Secretary General of the UDA party nationally, one Honorable Cleophas Malala, wrote a letter to myself and to the whip, indicating that there should be no leadership changes in the positions of the majority party. And they invited us for a meeting that we attended in Nairobi. And during that meeting, the majority of members saying that the problem of Meru County was the majority leader. And it is at that point that I was removed as the majority leader of the majority party in the assembly. And also other changes were made where the deputy majority whip was also removed because we were all in support of the governor of Meru County.
Thank you. Have you adduced any evidence to support that you involved your party leadership at the national level and that they gave a clear directions which were ignored?
Yes, I have adduced evidence.
Honorable Senators, I want to refer you to pages 470 of volume that is 1B of the governor's case, all the way to page 473. Indeed, they run all the way to page 490. Page 470 to page 491. But we can go all the way to page 500, indicating the complaints by the members of County Assembly who are in support of the governor and who are being victimized for their move. For the sake of time, I would just leave the senators to refer to those documents. Mr. Kawira, what transpired after your removal from the County Assembly? Who took over your position?
My position was taken by the member who was formerly my deputy, and that of the deputy was taken by the mover of the current motion, Honorable Zipora. And immediately after the changes were made and communicated in the Assembly, the leadership of the County Assembly of Meru went further ahead, and removed all the 13 members who were in support of the governor then. You remember during the second impeachment motion, the governor had only 10 members. And when I was tasked to state if I was still for the cause and I walked out, other 2 members followed me, so we became 13. The 13 of us were de-whipped from 3 key select committees. That is the Committee on Budget and Appropriations, County Assembly Committee on Public Accounts, and Committee on Implementation. And then after, every person of the 13 who held a leadership position in any of committees of the Assembly were removed from those positions through a vote of no confidence. Therefore, members lost chairmanship of committees, they lost vice chairmanship of committees, and also those who served in the Speaker's panel initially were also removed, and the Speaker's panel was expanded to 18 members, 8 members, so that it can incorporate the members who, out of the 56, who are not earning any responsibility allowance in that assembly.
I want you to clarify on that issue of expanding the Speaker's panel. What was the initial number of members of the Speaker's panel?
The initial number that the Assembly had approved was 11 members, but in our standing orders, the members of the Speaker's panel should be 5, that is the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, and 3 other members, but it was still expanded to 18 members, so that it can take care of members who are not earning any responsibility allowance and they were in opposition to the governor.
And when you talk about Speaker's panel, what kind of allowances, if any, do they draw?
Of course, when you serve in the Speaker's panel, you draw some responsibility allowance, and also you benefit from trainings, capacity building, skills improvement, and what have you.
And you said the maximum number of members allowed as per the standing orders are 4.
Yes.
How much money are we losing as taxpayers for the expanded Speaker's panel, in your estimation?
In my estimation, every member who serves in the speaker's panel draws around 26 or 27,000 every month as responsibility allowance. They also have special meetings that they draw allowances. And also, of course, they do benefit from DSAs and per diems when they attend trainings and capacity buildings workshops.
And let us look at page 262, volume 1B. There lies the report of the Auditor General confirming indeed that 18 members of the County Assembly of Meru have been included in the Speaker's panel for the purposes of drawing allowances. Are you able to see that?
The one on that page was before the expansion of the committee, the one that was composed of 11 members.
Yes, proceed.
But later it was expanded to 18 members. It is indeed true that they draw benefits from taxpayers' money.
Thank you. In your assessment, what does that communicate about the County Assembly of Meru?
It clearly shows that the County Assembly, especially the leadership, was going to any length to make sure that no single MCA will decide to either support the governor because of the victimization and intimidation that has been happening, and of course the financial losses that any member who decided to support the governor was undergoing.
Thank you. For the sake of time, I want to conclude. You have alleged that you were not able to exercise your oversight role at the County Assembly during the impeachment process. Is that the case? And how many other members of the County Assembly were not allowed to exercise their mandate?
That is true, because in the first instance, we were denied entrance into the chambers by strangers. Later, the sergeant at arms. Also,
can we watch VKM20? Video VKM20. There, thank you. So would you explain to us what is happening and which day was that?
That was the day when the impeachment motion was being prosecuted. And when the first impeachment, the third impeachment motion was introduced in the Assembly, 10 members out of the 56 who are left opposing the governor felt that it was not right for us to continue fighting the infights between the Assembly and the Executive, and 10 of the members joined the 13 of us who were in support of the governor. But later, 3 members were intimidated and left the cause, so we were left with a number of 20 members. So during that day, when the impeachment motion was being prosecuted in the Assembly, we came in as a team, and there was an attempt to deny us entry to the chambers so that we cannot prosecute that motion. And also during the process was rushed, and most of us who are in support of the governor, especially me, was denied a chance to contribute to that motion.
Thank you. Previously, you had, through your video VKM10, we may not have time to play it, you had alleged that you are also excluded from crucial meetings of the county where MCA are taken for retreats and other meetings, and you're not involved.
It's true, and I wish maybe that clip can be played.
VKM10, kindly.
I request.
Non to barabangi baretere Mombasa for 15 days na batu bararegere tuitano paugabe tize training lakini na ito karigara training irikube tize Mombasa for 15 days na bangi Tanzania 10 days na batu supporta adrikari Meru totia
We can have the translation quickly.
Maybe go bit by bit kindly so that we can.
You understand?
Right. Okay.
Kindly play.
Kindly, can we play now?
Katutemania toe MCAs bamero.
Maybe we could start from the start, kindly.
Katutemania toe MCAs bamero baraba supporta governor ni.
Let's meet here as Meru MCAs who support the governor.
Mama, no to barabangi baretere Mombasa for 15 days.
Because others went to Mombasa for 15 days.
Nabatu bararegere tuita no.
And we were denying to go with them.
Paugabe is a training, lakini ito.
They said they were going for a training.
Parigara training irikube is Mombasa for 15 days.
But we are having questions. Which kind of training are they going?
Thank you. We can proceed to where the current witness is speaking. For the sake of time.
Na tumenya maendeleo jaraja kuja mashinani.
Tote kumanyorera abanga bangi no to get training MCAs bonde.
We don't know how it was planned because if it was about all MCAs,
MCA makwiri.
There are no MCAs who are two sides.
MCA ore ingeri kura no round nominated.
There is no difference between MCA who was elected and the one who was nominated.
Ni MCA wa mbunge ya Meru.
They are all Meru MCAs.
Lakini natokoria clerk.
But when we trying to ask the county clerk,
wa mbunge na tuirere patwe where instructions.
He saying that he was given instructions.
After kamukonji kakudidwa.
After a kind of a discussion was done.
Majority leader, minority leader.
He was advised.
You can stop there. So, Mr. Witness, what had happened during this event?
What had happened, members of the county assembly, the 56 at that time, who were in support or in opposition to the governor, had been facilitated for 15 days training in Mombasa, where they are going to be taken through the budget making process, and the 13 of us were left out without no single explanation, simply because you are supporting the governor of Meru.
So, is it your evidence that you have been punished and targeted for supporting the governor?
We have been punished, we have been ridiculed, we have been intimidated, we have been threatened, just because we decided to support the governor of Meru. That is true.
Does the governor have any working relationship with other groups within the county?
Of course, it's true she has a working relationship with other groups, maybe religious leaders, women groups, faction of Jurincheke, so many other groups.
Let us watch briefly VKM14.
Council, if I may interrupt you, you have less than 15 minutes. And I see on the list that you still needed to call 3 other witnesses, one including the governor. So will you be able to manage that within the 15 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is a very crucial witness for us. I will only take the next 3 minutes with him. Then we reserve the remaining minute for one more witness, who is the governor.
Very well.
We will drop the others. Thank you. Mr. Kawira, can we watch VKM14?
Tuombe yule mama Meru. Yule mama ameumia, mimi hata mimi nilikuwa napinga mama. Lakini siku ile tulikaa vile aliambiwa na rais, aende akae chini na kila kiongozi, si kama walemavu wa pale tulikaa na yeye chini na tulizaelewa mama. Na mama akakubali kufanya kazi na walemavu. Kwa hivyo nataka kuomba walemavu wote Kenya na wale viongozi tuko nao hapa hata hao wa Nairobi, mjaribu kutuombea Meru, watu wote waheshimu sheria na waheshimu katiba. Wajua hata kama kuna kimila Meru, kuna naye sheria ilipitizwa 2010 ya kusema mama uwe mwanaume uwe nani, sisi zote ni equal. Hakuna mchichana, hakuna kijana, hakuna mama, hakuna mwanaume. Lakini kwetu Meru ile kimila tu inaendelea pale. Wale viongozi wote Kawira alianguza wakati wa kuomba kura 2022. Hata mimi nikiwa mmoja wao. Hatusikiangi vizuri kama tunaongoza na mama. Lakini mimi nimetii. Nimejua mama ndio kiongozi wa pale Meru na alichaguliwa na watu na alichaguliwa na independent. Kwa hivyo nataka kumuomba rais. Nataka kumuomba Raila. Nataka kumuomba Musalia. Nataka kuomba Gachagua. Mujue msiposikilia akina mama. Aswa Meru, msiposikilia huyo mama ataanguzwa. Watu wengi wanasema county to dissolve county. Utadissolve county aje na mama alichaguliwa na watu. Huyu mama alichaguliwa na independence. Ana chake, ana mtu wake. Wale matajiri akina Kiraito, akina Metheka Lentore, akina Munya, akina MP wote wanaume wanasikia ni aibu sana kuinamia mama. Lakini wacha niwape example. Mimi ni mlemavu. Mimi ndio nilikuwa mtu wa kwanza kupigana na mama juu ya kimila. Lakini juzi tulienda kotini, tulisomewa sheria. Kwa sababu naamini sheria na naheshimu katiba ya Kenya. Mimi nakuinamia mama Kawira Mwangaza. Nimeserenda.
Thank you.
Nataka kuomba
we can proceed just for a few more minutes.
Viongozi. Hoyo kwa nini nacheka wa Kenya? Wa Meru viongozi wetu hawajaamini kuita Kawira Mwangaza kama ni kazi rahisi, wanaona ni kazi ngumu. Wanafikiria wakimpiga through bunge. Kwa sababu MCA wetu wanachangiwa, hata mimi nilikuwa nachanga. Na niko na evidence. Tunawachangia MCA wao wanapewa pesa mpaka tutoe mama. Hatuwezi ongozwa na mama, ndivyo wanasema. Kwa hivyo nataka kuomba Wakenya hivi na viongozi wetu. Wacha tuheshimu huyu mama ndio alichaguliwa. Nyinyi mko na chama. Tuko na chama PNU imesimamiwa na Munya. Tuko na chama PNO inasimamiwa na Mporo wa Bori. Tuko na chama Mbasi inasimamiwa na Kiraito Murongi. Tuko na UDA inasimamiwa na Rigathi, inasimamiwa na Ruto, inasimamiwa na Kadhuri Murongi, inasimamiwa na Metheka Lentore. Tuko na chama inaitwa Azimio yenye iko na Jubilee, inasimamiwa na Jeremia Kioni. Mimi ile kitu naomba kwa hizi chama zote, muite watoto wenu wale mulipeleka mbunge ya Meru yenye haina mlemavu, muwaite muwaambie gavana ni mama. Kwa sababu tusiposema hivyo, Meru hata mukindissolve saa hii, museme tumendissolve county ya Meru, vita itaisha. Kwa sababu wa Meru, yule Mmeru kamili, hata saa hii Mungu anajua, hata Kiraito anajua, Metheka anajua, Munya anajua. Hata tukirundi kwa ndebe saa hii, Kawira atapigwa 400,000 na Mmeru yule wa kawaida. Kwa sababu watu wanaona kazi ya huyu mama, wanaona mama hana vita na mtu yoyote, lakini mara
I think we can stop there now. We will play it shortly, but Mr. Witness, tell us your summary of the charges that are before the Senate. You have a time to go through the motion of impeachment now and back then in 2023 rather. What are the basis of these charges?
Because I've been present in that assembly since the first impeachment process, what I would like to tell this Honorable Senate, Honorable Speaker, is that the impeachment process has been abused in Meru County Assembly, and it has been weaponized to fight political fights, whereas we know that impeachment should be used sparingly. It should be a measure of the last resort whenever that there are violations of the Constitution and other laws. And therefore, it's my humble submission that the Senate vindicates the governor of Meru from objectivity of the charges that are there, because according to me, the charges are malicious and they are also frivolous in nature.
We have specific charges. One of the charges is employing a bloated workforce.
Yes.
Was that a charge that you brought before this Senate last impeachment?
It was.
You have a charge that accuses the governor of dismissing certain employees of boards, one of them being Mr. Mwaki. Is that a charge that you brought and prosecuted before the Senate during the last motion?
It was part of the motion.
There is a specific charge where the governor is accused of misconduct by stating that 86 million shillings was raised in support of the burial of the blogger, Mr. Sniper. What would you say about that specific charge?
Because I was privy to the happenings behind the whatever was happening during the demise of one blogger, Mudiani, I think the governor didn't allude to a specific collection of money because there were several fundraisers that were held in support of that family.
Are you aware of any other forms of fundraising that were done? Did you participate in any yourself?
Yes, personally I participated in the one that was conducted by members of the county assembly, where initially we contributed 1,000 each member, the 59 members who were then opposing the governor, and later we contributed 10,000 each for the same. And also other political leaders contributed to that cause.
By political leaders, who are you referring to? And in your estimation, how much money was raised? And I'm also sorry to ask this, what is the status of that kitty, if you're aware of, and how was it utilized?
The one for the assembly was utilized in conducting the road shows across crisscross in Meru, and other monies were used to hold prayers in various stadiums, as we have seen, Kenoru, Maua, and others. And by the time I left that group where the fundraising was being held, we had not been accounted for the remainder of the money.
So, when the governor states that to the tune of 86 million might have been raised, is it anywhere near the truth in your estimation, having participated in the fundraisings in various modes?
It will be the truth.
Thank you. I think I will rest this witness and hand him over to cross-examination. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we'll be very brief with this witness. Mr. Witness, confirm that you moved the motion for impeachment last time, yes?
Yes, I confirm.
And that you live by the statements that you have indicated in your affidavit that you have testified to, yes?
Sorry?
And that you confirm and want to rely on the affidavit that you have filed.
Yes, I confirm.
And that you remember on the 7th of November 2023, you took the same stand and testified before this assembly as the mover, correct?
Yes, I confirm.
And you remember a question was put to you whether or not the impeachment then was politically instigated, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall your answers?
I may not recall the exact answer.
I'll give you the answer. Honorable Speaker, I'm referring to the answers of this House at page 53, dated 7th of November. Mr. Mudhombi Thionkulu was the lead counsel then, correct?
Yes.
And you remember him putting this question to you, and you answered in negative, that it was not politically instigated. You remember? You recall or you do not recall, Mr. Witness?
I don't recall. Read for me the answer, maybe.
You remember Mr. Mudhomi asking you whether it is true from the governor's allegations that the impeachment was politically instigated, and your answer was Evans Mawira
Kawira.
You said it was not true. Have I now refreshed your memories?
From the records, yes.
Do you still want to hold that preposition?
Of course, everything that was in that motion was not substantiated.
Excuse me, Mr. Witness, I want a yes or a no answer. Do you still want to hold that preposition, or you want to run away from it?
As of then, I hold that position.
You hold that position?
Yes.
What has now changed?
So many things.
The one, that you are no longer the leader of the majority in the assembly?
No.
Yes. Number two?
The governor reached out and called for reconciliation. I did a lot of soul searching.
Thank you.
I consulted widely.
It's okay, don't answer questions that I have not put to you. You have testified at length how people were induced to bring that particular motion, correct?
Yes, and I've stated the facts.
That is the motion that you brought on the 7th of November, correct?
Yes.
So you brought motion out of ulterior motives of being induced as at then, correct?
According to the circumstances then.
You allowed yourself to be induced, yes?
As per the circumstances then.
So on that day when you took the stand on the 7th of November 2023, you did not speak the truth to this at Senate, but you spoke out of inducement, correct?
I'm saying as
correct or not correct? I want an answer, not a vague answer. Correct or not correct?
Not correct.
So then, were you induced that particular time from your evidence?
I've narrated all the events that led to
one of the events, Mr. Witness, was that you are induced, correct? One of the events is that you are induced.
I didn't say you are induced. I said you are mobilized according to party lines.
How are you mobilized?
Of course, I stated that we met as the leadership of
for financial gains, correct? Including 20,000 shillings that you were given, correct?
That was later, after the second
Christmas gift, correct?
After the second impeachment had failed in the Senate.
You remember the Christmas gift, yes?
I'm saying later, after the second impeachment had failed in the Senate.
You received a gift?
Yes.
For the work well done, correct?
A Christmas gift for a work well done. Christmas was not even, Christmas was oncoming.
So, Mr. Witness, if you allowed yourself to be induced that particular time to bring that particular impeachment motion, how truthful is your statement today?
I was not induced. I said we were mobilized on party lines.
On party lines?
Yes.
So you, which party do you belong to?
UDA.
UDA?
Yes.
So UDA mobilized its MCAs to bring the motion?
UDA at the county level, Meru county level, mobilized the MCAs to introduce an impeachment motion.
Does that mean that the UDA party is against the governor or was against the governor?
I stated in my statement.
Does that mean at that particular time the UDA party was against the governor?
At the county level, yes. Nationally, the Secretary General had stated that that was not the party position.
Which other party was against the governor as at then?
The parties that were mobilized, we have BAS party, we have PNU, we have Jubilee, and other assembly parties.
You spoke about receiving 80,000 shillings, you correct? You remember?
Facilitation to be in the Senate.
Who gave these 80,000 shillings?
It was paid from the assembly.
It was paid from the assembly. Did you receive or did you partake of it?
Yes, I received.
And it was a motivation for you to appear, correct?
It was facilitation to be in the Senate for the 5 days that we were here.
A facilitation?
Yes.
Today, have you been facilitated?
I've seen that we have received a message.
Today, have you been facilitated?
Facilitation, yes, we have been facilitated, but it has not already been paid. But it will be paid because we have received a message from the clerk saying that members will be facilitated for 5 days to be in the Senate.
Notwithstanding whether or not you appear for Governor Kawira as a witness or the witness for the Senate, for the Assembly.
Witness for the governor.
The County Assembly has equally facilitated you, correct?
I have received that message.
That you'll receive your per diems for participating?
Yes, yes.
So it was usual for the County Assembly to facilitate its members?
For the previous one, only 59 members were facilitated.
It is usual for the County Assembly to facilitate its members, correct? Because today you have received a message that you receive facilitation, correct?
Yes, we have received the message.
And therefore the County Assembly considers its members as equal, correct?
No, no, no.
Mr. Witness, I want to refer you to your affidavit. But before I refer you to this affidavit, have you critically read the motion before this assembly for the impeachment of the governor?
I've gone through the motion.
Have you answered those allegations in your affidavit? And if yes, kindly point to us the particular paragraph that answers to the allegations.
The particular allegations?
Excuse me, just take your affidavit, take it.
Yeah,
and lead the Senate to the particular paragraph that has responded to issue number 1? Issue number 1, where have you responded?
Just a minute. I've responded to the issue of money that was raised for
Not the money that was raised, the issue of illegal revocation. Where have you responded to it in your affidavit?
I've not responded to it in that affidavit.
You have not responded to it. Issue number 2, where have you responded to it?
I've stated.
Do you know what issue number 2 is all about?
Yes, yes.
Show us the particular paragraph that responds to those allegations.
Number 23.
Paragraph 23.
Yes, paragraph 23.
Read it out.
That the clerk of the assembly, under the instructions of the speaker, has been writing several letters to frustrate the approval of the governor's nominees for the bonds of various semi-autonomous government agencies. The clerk has no role.
Do you have evidence in that respect?
It is in the governor's badul.
Were you aware of this frustration by the clerk before you came to this assembly?
Yes, I was aware because when those...
aware, thank you.
Yes.
Did you take any actions to curtail these frustrations?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
When these letters came...
Where is the evidence in your affidavit?
It is not
What
in the
did you
affidavit,
and where
but
is the
personally I gave my opinion in a meeting
I'm not
was discussing
I'm not
these
asking about
nominees.
you. Mr. Witness, please listen.
Yes,
I'm not asking you to give us your opinion. You've given so many of them, so we do not want to entertain any further opinion.
Okay.
We want to go to the facts.
Okay.
Where have you pleaded in your affidavit that you took actions against the clerk for frustrating the works of the governor?
I didn't take any action against the clerk, but I have responded to that count number 2.
Yes?
I didn't take any action, but
did
in
not
my
take any
affidavit
action.
I've responded
Show
to that.
us in your affidavit where you've responded to issue number 3.
Can I have the affidavit?
And I put it to you that issue number 3, now 23, does not respond to the allegations contained in the notice of motion, issue number 2.
Sorry?
I put it to you that paragraph 23 of your affidavit is not a response and is not evidence that relates to the allegations of failing to appoint chairpersons.
I don't agree to that.
Let us go to issue number 3 and point us in your affidavit where you have responded to it.
I have not responded to issue number 3.
Thank you. Let us go to issue number 4. Point us in your affidavit where you've responded to it.
I've responded to it where I stated that I'm aware that count was initially in the previous impeachment motions.
Where in your paragraph? And is the issue in illegal dismissing about the issue of dismissing or the issue of the expenditure of county money? The governor dismissing individuals and making the county accrue unnecessary resources paid to the litigants. Did you understand?
If I can read the crowd, it's illegally dismissing in bold.
Yes.
In bold.
And
illegally dismissing.
Yes.
And then narration continues.
As a consequence of?
Illegally dismissing.
And as a consequence thereof, what happened?
A loss.
A loss of how much?
4 million.
Where is that in your affidavit?
I've said I responded. It's not in my affidavit.
It's not in your affidavit.
Yes.
Let us go to issue number, count number 2, gross misconduct. Yes? Deliberately misleading the county, the members of the public. Yes? That's in the barrio of Sniper, 86 million was raised, correct?
Yes.
You are aware of those utterances, correct?
Yes, I'm aware.
That the same were done by the governor, yes?
Yes, I'm aware.
And that it was done in public, correct?
Yes.
And that there was a pay bill that was generated for that purposes, yes?
Yes.
And that in the said pay bill, it's only 516,000 that was donated, correct?
According to the Assembly's evidence.
According to the Assembly's evidence.
Yes.
Do you have any contra evidence to that averment?
Yes, in my statement I've stated.
Please lead us to that paragraph. Lead us to that particular paragraph.
Just a minute.
You're also aware that the governor made averments and allegations that the window to the sniper, has moved on with another MCA, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware. Kindly, let's play video 1A and 1B in our videos. You yourself, did you changa to that particular pay bill?
Yes, no, not to the pay bill.
How did you changa?
Through the WhatsApp group created for the assembly members.
How was the money collected?
It was collected through a member of the assembly.
Through a member of the assembly?
Yes.
Through who? Which member?
Member of a county assembly known as Sarah Gaki, Honorable Sarah Gaki.
Is it true that the wife of the deceased sniper moved on with an MCA?
I'm not aware.
Did you see her testifying yesterday?
I didn't watch the...
Are you aware that she was a witness?
Sorry?
Are you aware that she was a witness?
Yes, I'm aware she was a witness.
Did you follow through her evidence?
I didn't follow.
All right. As we wait for the playing of those videos, you have indicated before this assembly that one of the frustration that you colluded to undertake was to make sure that the governor was frustrated in the feeding program, correct?
Yes.
And that frustration was actualized according to your evidence, correct?
Yes.
How was it actualized?
Through a motion in the assembly, a report of a committee.
Through a motion, correct?
Yes.
So it is in your evidence that that program is no longer running, correct?
It was stopped.
It was stopped. Mr. Witness, I refer you and I refer the senators to our further bundle of volume 6 at page 83. At page 83.
Yes.
Kindly look at the entry where we have the votes, correct? Can you see them?
Yes, I can see the votes.
Vote 22-11-015. Can you see it?
Yes.
Confirm that this is a Meru County budget estimate for the year ended, for the year 2024-2025.
It is.
Confirm that you participated in this process, correct?
I did participate.
And that you are aware of the allocations and apportionment, correct?
I'm aware.
And therefore you want to read with us about that particular vote, yes?
Yes.
What does it provide?
Food and rations feeding program.
How much has been allocated?
54 million.
54 million, yes?
Yes.
For which financial year?
2023, 2024.
What was the purpose of the allocation?
The feeding program.
Thank you. Was it approved?
It was approved by the assembly.
Has this year budget also been approved?
This year's budget has been approved.
Thank you. Let's go to the next one about the cows. It is your evidence that the county assembly has colluded to frustrate the governor's programs, correct?
Yes, please.
Let us look at page 78, 79 of the same bundle. Honorable Senators, we look at the vote end written 31-11-302-00001. Can you see it?
Sorry, come again.
Can you see that vote end? The vote end?
Yes, yes.
Can you see it?
Yes, I
Again,
can see.
confirm that these are the financial year 2024-2025.
Sorry?
Confirm that these are budget for 2024-2025 approved.
Yes.
And that the county assembly has approved that budget, correct?
Yes, it has been approved.
And that even 2024, 2023, 2024, the same was approved, correct?
But you saying it's the budget for the 2024-2025, and there's nothing that has been approved for that vote.
Yes. What was the reason for failure to approve?
Because the assembly halted the program.
On the failure to have policies, correct?
Yes.
Is there a policy that exists in that respect?
It was introduced in the assembly, and the assembly
Is there a
declined to
policy
approve.
that exists in that respect?
I'm saying the policy was introduced in the assembly by the CC Agriculture, and the assembly failed to approve that policy.
Is it mandatory for the assembly to approve anything or everything?
That was the requirement that they had, the recommendation in the report.
Are you aware that that policy was rejected through the public participation?
No, it was not subjected to public participation.
So the county assembly must at always time act according to the demands as they come, according to your evidence, correct?
Sorry?
The county assembly must always pass anything without scrutiny, correct? Even without looking at the viability of the project, correct?
It has to look at the viability and...
Thank you. Confirm to us that you have responded to the issue count number 3 on abuse of office. Have you? And if yes, point us to that evidence.
Under abuse of office, I've responded to count number, paragraph 10.
Yes, paragraph 10.
Employing a bloated workforce of at least 111 personal staff.
Yes.
And I indicated in my affidavit that it was...
Paragraph 10.
Yes, I indicated in my affidavit that it was...
Paragraph 10. Can you read out paragraph 10?
Employing a bloated workforce of at least...
Paragraph 10 of your affidavit.
I didn't say paragraph 10 of my affidavit, but let me see.
I've asked you whether you've responded to paragraph.
Yes, I've responded to... I'm saying, Council, I've responded to count number 3
yes.
in paragraph 10, employment of a bloated workforce.
Where is that in your affidavit?
Just a minute.
That's what I want you to show us.
Paragraph 22 of my affidavit.
Read it out.
That I'm also aware that the current impeachment motion features some issues which were also in the previous motions in the Senate, and the Senate finding the allegations unsubstantiated and not meeting a threshold of impeaching a governor. The issue of bloated workforce and alleged illegal dismissal of Dr. Ntoiti and 3 others was in the failed motion.
Do you work in the county executive?
No.
How did you conclude on the question of the bloated workforce?
We brought it here and it was not substantiated. We couldn't prove it.
Did you call out for any statement from the responsible organ of the county of the county government?
My work ended when I brought it to the Senate and it was not substantiated.
Did you not? Did you call for any oversight over that issue when you went back to the county assembly?
I didn't.
You didn't. You have alleged that individuals were called somewhere in Mombasa. Were you in attendance?
I've alluded to 2 meetings in Mombasa. One I was in attendance, the other one I was not.
Which one were you in attendance?
Immediately after the second impeachment.
Immediately after the second impeachment?
Yes.
Who was paying for your allowances?
County Assembly of Meru.
Is it unusual or usual for the county assembly to do that?
It is not unusual.
Thank you. Finally, Mr.
What was unusual was the activities.
I am satisfied with your answer. Mr. Witness, confirm that county government must spend money in accordance to
the budgetary allocations
and prudence, correct?
Yes.
Have you looked at issue number 11 in our motion? And to that effect, do you want Kiambi Christus Manyara?
I'm there.
You know Kiambi Christus Manyara?
He's not personally known to me.
He's not personally known to you. Have you ever heard of him?
I think that I have the name being mentioned during the case for hearing case for one.
In what circumstances was the name being mentioned?
That he was an accused person.
He was an accused person. In which matter?
Involved in that matter.
In that matter. Do you know of somebody called Supu?
Yes, Supu is well known to me.
How do you know him?
He's a personal friend.
Do you know where?
And we come from the same locality.
Do you know where he was working or where he works?
According to my knowledge, I'm not aware of where he works because he has always told me that he's not employed.
You are aware that he works in the office of the governor, yes?
I'm not aware.
I therefore put it to you that he does work in the office of the governor.
I can't accept that one.
Equally, have you seen that from that allegation that this one Crispus Kiambi Manyara,
sorry,
while he was in custody, he was being paid his full salary?
I'm not aware if he's in custody.
Read the allegations. Read them out.
Paying Kiambi Crispus Manyara, a public communication officer in the office of the governor, his full salary and benefits while in remand and despite being accused of murder, contrary to Section 4.2 of the Public Service Commission Discipline Manual for the Public Service.
You're aware that he was arrested pursuant to that murder, correct?
Yes.
And that he was remanded, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
I therefore put it to you that he was remanded, and that while in remand, he was accruing all his full salary.
That is your evidence, counsel.
That's our evidence. Have you
Yes.
controverted it in your affidavit?
I've not controverted it
You
in
have
any
not
way.
controverted it.
Yes.
You therefore cannot doubt what I am telling you this afternoon, correct?
I can doubt because
You
there's
cannot
no...
doubt what I am telling you unless you have a contra
Is
evidence.
your word against mine, counsel?
Where is your word?
It's nowhere in the affidavit, but I'm stating it now.
It's nowhere in your affidavit.
Yes.
I told you, or I put to you, or I asked you whether you know one Supu.
Yes, I said I know one Supu.
Have a look at this document, Honorable Senators. We are looking at volume 2 of our evidence. Page 443 of our volume 2. 43. And we can be playing the you can be ready to play the video. Can you see serial number 1?
Serial number 1, yes.
Do you know, can you read out that name?
Vincent Mureithi.
Vincent Mureithi?
Yes.
First of all, who is the originator of that document?
The acting secretary, Meru County Public Service Board.
Sorry?
The acting secretary, Meru County Public Service Board, 1 Virginia Kawira.
And it's an internal memo, correct?
Yes.
And the internal memo speaks to the appointments of contractual employees in the office of the governor, correct?
They do.
And therefore, whatever appears therein is a list of those individuals who works there in the office, correct?
That is true.
And that Vincent Mureithi of ID number that works as an assistant director in that office, correct?
That is true, according to the memo.
That is Vincent Mureithi alias Supu, correct?
Yes.
Let us play that video. And you know, as we await, that the said Supu and Manyara at page 428 of our bundle, volume 2, sorry, 429, I beg your pardon, of volume 2, contains the information of the individuals who are charged with the murder of one sniper, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you can see accused number 1 is Vincent Mureithi Karemi, alias Supu, correct?
True.
Number 2 is who?
Murangeri Kenneth Guantai alias Tali.
Do you know him?
Personally, no.
Do you know that that is the governor's brother?
According to you.
Let us look at number 2, number 3.
Boniface Kileji alias DJ Kaboom.
Number 4.
Christas Manyara alias Chris.
Christas Manyara alias?
Chris.
And that is the Christas Manyara who works in the office of the governor, correct?
The one that we have seen is working in the office of the governor is Vincent Mureithi Karemi.
Let's look at that as we play the video.
Wale ambao wanazunguka na mwili wakisema haki ipatikane, si haki ipatikane, wako katika siasa na biashara. Ile ni biashara yao.
Do you know whom she was referring to as those people wanazunguka na mwili ya sniper?
In this video?
Yes.
I'm not aware of the specific people because it was a group of people.
Could it have been the mover of the motion?
Maybe yes, because members of the county assembly were there.
Could it have been you?
Personally, I was not there.
Okay. Let's proceed.
Wameweka pay bill, wanachukua pesa, wanajaza mafuta kwa MCA, zingine wanakula. Huyo mama ambaye anachangiwa pesa wakisema ni haki kwa sniper. Kitu ya kwanza tunataka ajengewe nyumba ya ghorofa. Number 2, anunuliwe Prado. Number 3, afunguliwe trust fund ya education ya watoto wake. Kama wajafanya hiyo, hawa ni wakora na wezi wameibia huyo mama kupitia hiyo familia. Ni makatero na ni biashara na
okay, proceed.
Siasa ya bure. Na matapeli. Hiyo wamefungua kama biashara, wanakuja kusanya pesa, wamechukua huyo mama, wamemficha kwa MCA fulani anakaa hapo, wanasunguka na mwili. Ingelikuwa ni mmoja wao wangefanya namna hiyo. Ingelikuwa ni mtoto wao wangemzungusha mwezi mzima, lakini kwa sababu wanataka pahali watajijenga kisiasa, wanataka pahali watakulia, maana wamesota. Nilisikia wakisema ya kwamba hawana pesa kwa mifuko, wanatembea na OB. Sasa wamepata njia ya kutembea na pesa kwa mfuko kupitia maiti. Hiyo ya kutembea na mwili wa sniper ni mambo mawili peke yake, biashara na siasa. Hakuna justice wanatafuta. Wangelikuwa wanatafuta justice, watoto wangapi wamekufa Meru? Watoto wangapi wamepotea Meru? Huko Ndumo Oruna, huko upande wa Tigania, wangapi wanakufa? Mbona hatujaona hao viongozi wakitembea wakisema ya kwamba tunahitaji haki ya vijana wetu ambao wanakufia? Why this one? Why huyu peke yake? Kuna MC ambaye aliuawa na ikasemekana sijui nani amemuua. Mbona tukiona hii ni siasa na biashara, na wamelaaniwa wanaozunguka na huo mwili, wamelaaniwa. Mtu ambaye ni mshtakiwa the key suspect mkuu ambaye ni Supu.
Pause. Have you heard what the governor has said?
Yes.
What has she said?
Supu. She mentioned Supu.
Mshtakiwa, mstuhumiwa,
anaye daiwa.
Play it again.
Mtu ambaye ni mshtakiwa the key suspect mkuu.
The chief
suspect.
Who is the chief suspect?
Supu.
Has that Supu been charged before the court of law?
Yes.
Proceed.
Paya ni Supu. Munahitaji kuangalia mtu mmoja tu wa governor mwenye alipigia simu ama wengine wengi ambaye pia aliwapigia.
Have you heard her owning up that mnafaa mtafute mtu mmoja wa governor? Have you heard that statement? Listen carefully.
Play it again.
Just play it again for him and please listen carefully.
The key suspect mkuu ambaye ni Supu. Munahitaji kuangalia mtu mmoja.
Just the time.
No, one moment. Senator Omtata, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, sir, my point of order is that this matter is live before a court of law under criminal proceedings, and I think we should exercise a lot of precaution and deference to the court process, because I think that we are beginning to tread into the area of testing the evidence and the witnesses in that matter, which is not before this court, and that is, I think, sub judice for the rule of law.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we can then abandon it and go to the next clip, 214. The same clip at 214, minute 214. The same clip, minute 214.
Simu. Hakuna mtu mwingine alipigia simu siku hiyo. Ndio mbebe kijana atimseme ati kwa sababu Supu alimpigia simu, you want to charge him. Wale ambao wamewasukuma kisiasa kwa sababu mnasema ya kwamba mmepewa pressure, political pressure. Wenye wamepatia nyinyi political pressure, wapatie nyinyi ushahidi. Sure. Maana tutahitaji haki kwa kijana wetu, ninahitaji haki kama familia yangu. Ningependa kusema
You've heard the governor stating wanataka haki kama familia.
Yes.
I have put to you that his brother has been charged in his proceedings.
Well and good.
Thank you. No further questions in that respect. I want to invite my learned friend, Mr. Muriuki, to proceed from there, but kindly confirm that you have no evidence that controverts all the averments contained in the motion, and that you have not tabled it before this assembly.
It is in my affidavit, and there are supporting documents in the governor's.
That the account that you have given is just your frustrations and your bitterness for having been removed as a leader of majority.
That is not true, Council.
You have seen the last video that was played, and there was an issue of gender card being played. Yes?
Which video?
You have seen the governor played the last video where there was one person seated.
Yes,
Yeah?
I've seen it.
and started saying that this is all about women leadership and the people of Meru must accept it, correct?
Yes, that is his opinion.
Is there contention that she's a governor?
None.
Yes?
None whatsoever, but he is facing an impeachment motion.
Are you a man who is supporting the governor?
I'm supporting the governor.
Are you a Marian?
Yes, I am.
Supporting a governor, correct?
Yes.
And therefore there is no question, when it comes to questions of accountability, there is no defense of being a gender person, correct?
That depends.
There is no defense. Gender is not a defense.
Of course it is not a defense.
Finally, when she was asked the last time, she said it wasn't me. Today, you've played clips blaming the senators. Do you associate yourself with the statements that were made by Al Haji?
I don't associate myself with those senators.
Do you have confidence with this Senate that they can dispense with substantive justice?
A lot of confidence.
And that is why we are here, correct?
True.
Do you attribute that statement to any member of the Assembly?
It was used to reduce members of the Assembly.
No, associated with any member of the Assembly?
Yes, because they were there nodding and applauding when Alhaji was speaking those ones.
Let me ask you, is it wrong for somebody to hold an opinion?
It's not wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Muriuki. But before I go to Mr. Muriuki, you remember he claimed to be Secretary General of the Bas Party?
Alhaji, yes, he claimed.
And he said he's a Secretary General and he never defined where he's a Secretary General. He gave a statement that I am the Secretary General.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Mawira.
Yes, Council.
Today you have taken an oath when you stood here.
True.
Just like you did the last time you were here on 7th of November.
True.
And in that oath, you said that you're going to tell this House the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
True.
Now, you have come here today saying that last time your impeachment motion was politically instigated.
Yes.
Did you tell the Senate that last time when you were here?
At that point,
did you make any such statement last time when you were here, yes or no?
I didn't make such a statement last time.
You did not tell the whole truth to the Senate.
I told the truth.
You did not tell the whole truth.
I told the truth.
Mr. Mawira, you have said,
to me.
I don't have time, so please don't argue with me, just answer yes or no. You have said that party formations were used to whip you into moving an impeachment motion.
That is true.
Have you adduced any document to that effect?
None.
Have you adduced any letter telling you to move the impeachment motion?
None.
Mr. Mawira, I put it to you that you do not have a mind of your own, that you are a gun for hire.
That is our opinion, Council.
Mr. Mawira, you stated that you are giving evidence on behalf of other people who are not here.
That is true.
Are you aware that there is no such thing as giving evidence on behalf of other witnesses? You can only give evidence on behalf of a party.
They have given me the authority to plead on their behalf.
Mr. Mawira, you have claimed that there were meetings organized that you took part to sabotage the executive.
Yes, there were such
meetings. Have you brought
meetings.
the minutes for those meetings?
No minutes. But they were informal meetings.
You have stated in your affidavit that the people who are supporting the governor, the MCAs who are supporting the governor, that is page 13, paragraph 13 of your affidavit.
Council, your time is up. I will allow you to just ask that last question and conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You have stated that on paragraph 13 of your affidavit, are you there?
Supply me the affidavit kindly.
Paragraph 13 of your affidavit.
Yes.
You have stated that the MCAs who support the governor were removed from committees, including the Budget Committee, the Public Accounts, and the Committee on Implementation.
That is true.
Who is the chair of the budget committee?
Honorable Mwirigi from Kibiricha Ward.
Is he a witness for the governor in this case?
Yes.
Who is the chair of the gender committee?
Honorable Murogocho.
Did she support this impeachment motion?
Not.
Who is the chair of the transport committee?
Honorable Kidenji.
Did he support this impeachment motion?
No.
Who is the chair of the finance committee?
Honorable Caleb.
Did he support this impeachment motion?
No.
Who is the chair of the committee on delegated legislation?
Honorable Saragaki.
Did she support this impeachment motion?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
But in that paragraph, it is clearly stated that in
Speaker,
MCs.
I have done with my questions to the
Thank
witness.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel. Thank you, witness. Honorable Senators, we will now give you an opportunity to ask questions.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I have just 1 minute of re-exam, just one.
You have, okay, Counsel, you have 4 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I will utilize one.
Okay.
Mr. Witness,
Yes, please.
I will just need you to confirm the names that have just been read to you now. Are they members of that committee? Were they still members then, or what transpired?
Which committee?
There are names that Council has just read to you, confirming that they are still holding their positions in the committees, yet they did not support the...
These are members who have
in 1 minute, kindly.
They are members who have joined in support of the governor just the other day when the impeachment motion was introduced. But when we were whipped, we were 13 when we were whipped from committees, and that is what I've alluded to in that affidavit.
Thank you very much.
Legal counsel for the governor, have you concluded your questioning?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am done with the witness.
And your time of 3 minutes?
I have the governor as the last witness, Mr. Speaker, sir.
So are you calling the governor?
Yes, I am, but with your kind permission, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would be seeking your indulgence to engage the governor in under 20 minutes, with your kind permission.
Council, what we'll do is we'll first take questions or clarifications from the senators, and then we will. I don't know if we're going to give you more time, but we'll get back to that issue that once we finish with the senators.
Most obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable senators, we'll now be taking your questions, and we'll like to keep it within 30 minutes. So we'll be giving each senator 1 minute to ask a question, because there are several requests, and we need to get to as many people as possible. So one question, 1 minute, and be very brief. Senator Murangu James Kamau.
Asante sana mstahiki spika. Mstahiki spika, mnamo tarehe 16 mwezi wa Oktoba mwaka 2023, wakati tulikuwa tunafanya tukiangalia pia mswada uliokuwa umeletwa hapa kuhusu kung'atuliwa kwa gavana Kawira, Mheshimiwa Mawira ambaye ako mbele yetu pia alikuja na akaapa, na pia alikuwa ameweka hati ya kiapo ambayo alikuwa amechukua kusema ya kwamba yeye ako na kichwa kizuri, ako na uwezo wa kuaminika, wakati na akatia kindole ile hati ya kiapo ambayo alileta katika seneti hii. Leo chini ya kiapo ameleta pia hati ya kiapo ingine ambayo amebadilisha mawazo na kusema kwamba hii seneti ilikaa chini kuangalia nakala na makaratasi, tukapoteza pesa ya umma, na wakati kufuatilia stakabadhi ambazo zilikuwa hazina maana kwa sababu
Senator, ulikuwa uulize swali yako katika dakika moja. Umeanza hadithi mingi. Sawa, uliza swali.
Sasa nauliza Mheshimiwa Mawira, uliokokea kanisa gani kwamba tukuamini leo na ulitundanganya wakati tulikuwa tunaangalia maneno wakati huo mwingine? Asante Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wambua, alafu utajibu hiyo swali mbili.
It's not possible. So, Mr. Witness, is it your evidence on record and under oath that last year you moved a motion for the impeachment of the governor of Meru under duress, and that what you said, the grounds that you adduced, you don't believe in those grounds? If that be the case, why should we believe that you have faith in what you're telling us today?
You see, Wambua, you managed it within 1 minute. Witness, go ahead and answer those two questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. It's true I moved the previous impeachment motion. And whatever I stated then under the circumstances and the facts availed to me, I believe to be the truth at that point. But later, looking at the sequence of events that led to that impeachment motion, I felt that we were misused at that point and lied to. And I believe also that would answer to the question by Honorable Senator Wambua. If I believed in the grounds then, yes, I didn't believe in them. I believe in what I've seen right now, what I've stated. Yes, I believe in it.
Next questions by Senator Karen Nyamu and Senator Muma, in that order.
Mr. Witness, you say that you were part of a scheme to impeach Mama, politically instigated, the governor, politically instigated, and you even were part of the team that went to Mombasa for a retreat. What changed your mind? What was the exodus moment that now you are supporting Mama? Governor, Mama Governor Kawira. The other question.
Senator, just one question, please. Senator Catherine Muma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the witness is, the governor is widely accused of not being a people person who brings people together. What efforts have been made to bring the governor and the county assembly to work together for the benefit of the people of Kenya, of Meru, I mean?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senator. To answer to the first question, what changed my mind? Immediately after the second impeachment motion failed in this Senate, Honorable Speaker, and immediately we left Mombasa and also the Nanyuki meeting. Personally, I suffered because I fell ill. I was admitted in Karen Hospital here. My blood pressure levels had gone up, and that is a fact that I disclosed to the Speaker of the County Assembly who came visiting me. And thereafter, I felt that I need to take some time to chart a way forward on what was happening in Meru. So I did a lot of soul searching. I consulted my wife and family. I consulted my close confidants and electorates. Even my electorates and started saying that they didn't send me to fight the governor. And it is at that point now when the governor reached out herself to me, I felt that now I need to listen to her and see if she is genuine. And I could see her genuineness then. And that is the point when I decided to support the governor. About the governor not bringing the people together, I stated that immediately the governor left this Senate last impeachment motion, she went around the county making a call for peace and reconciliation amongst all leaders. And she also asked for forgiveness if at all she had wronged any leader in Meru. But on the side, and she went further even to reach out to me, and I know she has also tried to reach out to other leaders because there were reconciliation efforts brought by the president and the deputy president, where the governor sat down with all leaders from Meru County, including the deputy governor, which didn't culminate to any peace in that county. But from the side of the assembly, they have been going out, doing all that is possible to frustrate any reconciliation process.
The next questions will be from Senator Samson Cherargei, followed by Senator Beatrice Ogola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Witness, Mheshimiwa, according to November 7 Senate answered, Dr. Mutomi Tiankulu asked you, since you are the mover of the motion, is this message consistent with the narrative of a peaceful governor who is a victim of some evil scheme to oust her out of office? And Honorable Evans Mawira Kawira, you responded by saying it is inconsistent. Is this still your position, or has it changed? And what will make you or make us believe that it might be out of inducement? That is why you are supporting the governor now. Thank you.
The Honorable Witness, a video was shown to you and the Senate on a funeral of one alias sniper, and there was bashing of the Senate and some senators, and then there was a funeral of sniper. So between the two, the death and the loss of sniper and the bashing, which is most important to you and to the people of Meru?
Sorry, come again.
A video was shown to you and to the Senate of a burial of one alias sniper. On that video, there was the bashing of the Senate and some other senators. So between the bashing of the Senate and the loss of sniper,
thank you, Honorable Speaker. The message that we passed during the second impeachment motion, that at that point the governor was not a peace-seeking person, was valid at that point, and during, depending on the activities that had happened previously. If it is still valid as at this point, it isn't valid, because we have seen efforts from the governor herself trying to bring peace and call for reconciliation in the county. And Honorable Speaker, if there is one sign that can tell you the governor is peaceful, I'm the one who was here crucifying the governor. I moved the motion to impeach the governor. And if it went through, the governor could have been sent home packing, condemning her from serving in any public office in this country for the whole of her life. But when she reached out and we sat down and considered all the events and factors surrounding that position at that point, she told me she has no problem at all with me or with any other leader or with any other MCA. And if from that point up to now, we have been working together, I've been supporting her, and we have been trying to bring peace in that county, then I don't believe there would be any other sign to show that the governor has reformed and she's a peaceful person. About any inducement, I'm not aware of any, Honorable Speaker, and if at all there's an inducement that would have led me to support the governor, is the service delivery for the people who elected me, that is the people of Mitungu Ward. According to the question number 2, bashing of the Senate and the senators and loss of sniper, I believe that the Honorable Senator was asking which is a more weighty issue in that matter. And I would say loss of life, unfortunate loss of life, is a more weighty issue than the bashing of the Senate.
Next questions by Senator Hilary Wakili, followed by Senator Jones Mwashushe Mwaruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Mawira,
as a member of a political party, you've told this House that you're a member of UDA. Had you any meeting prior to the alleged meeting that you said you were caucused to bring out an impeachment motion against the governor, which you were a mover? And secondly, you told this House earlier on in that motion that you moved that the governor had gone rogue. At what point did you have your Damascus moment and that the governor could have changed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Mawira, in your own assessment, if the governor happens to be acquitted, perchance, do you think there is a possibility of the governor working with the assembly? And what needs to be done for that to be achieved? Or do you think the situation is irredeemable? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators. The question by Honorable Senator Sigei. The first one, there was no meeting for the party, but there were informal meetings, commonly known as Kamukunji, in the Assembly, where in fact, Honorable Speaker, the leadership of the House and members felt that they needed to punish the 10 members who had not supported the impeachment motion in the Assembly. And it was my opinion then in that meeting that there is no need to punish these members because of entirely their political decision or their democratic right of either supporting or not supporting. And furthermore, they had not stopped the Assembly from impeaching the governor at that point. Therefore, at that point, I told the informal meeting that I did not see any need for us to punish the 10 members. And I'm made aware that in the last or the previous impeachment motion, I'm saying the governor had gone rogue. And I've said, considering the facts and events that had previously happened, there was some element of truth. And what changed, or when did I change, is when the governor now started preaching reconciliation and peace, and in our own act, even went ahead to stop the Okolea program that most of the MCAs were disgruntled with. Therefore, at that point, I saw that the governor was genuine and had agreed to change. Question number 2, if the governor is acquitted, is she likely to work with other leaders? That is very true, because, Honorable Speaker, if you can follow the sequence of events from the first impeachment motion, during the first impeachment motion, the governor was being supported by only one MCA at that point. During the second impeachment motion, the governor had the support of only 10 members during the second impeachment motion. During this third impeachment motion, the governor has a support of 20 members, and it is only that 3 more were intimidated and coerced that they abandoned the cause of calling for dialogue. We could have been 23 members. Honorable Speaker, if at all the Assembly can be set free, the victimization, the intimidation, the threats that have been put upon us, members who are supporting the governor, I want to tell you, if that is done today, you see more than 40 members of the County Assembly working with the governor of Meru. We even wrote a letter to this Honorable Senator, Honorable Speaker. I don't know if it came out clearly. We wrote a letter, the 13 of us, to the devolution committee of this Honorable Senate, calling them to come to Meru and at least help us set the Assembly free, help us set the MCAs free, because it is out of fear that now when you support the governor, you'll be victimized, you lose your committee positions, you lose your allowances, you lose everything, all privileges, even to a point of being denied an opportunity to contribute in the Assembly, even to a point of being thrown out of the Assembly because of your contribution. If we address that, the problem of Meru will have come to an end, and I want to promise you that, this Honorable Senate. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, the questions have been very similar. So I hope the next members who want to ask a question will ask different questions going forward. Senator Kisang, followed by Senator Beth Siengo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to put the question to Honorable Mawira.
that you've told us that immediately after the failed impeachment of November last year, you went to Mombasa and agreed to plan for another impeachment. So it means basically, it doesn't matter whatever the governor does, the county assembly will still continue to come up with impeachment motions against her.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Witness, the other time during the second impeachment motion, you were on the other side. When you went back, you saw the light. Did you make efforts to reach more? You have talked of 20. Are you willing after this to reach more to see the light? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators. It's true, I stated that this impeachment motion that has been brought to this House started being planned immediately after the second one failed. And I've narrated what has happened, what has transpired previously. And Honorable Speaker, I think you have all seen clips, especially alluding to the mover, indicating that even if the Senate acquits the governor today, they are ready to bring more motions, up to a number of maybe 6 or 7. And it's a character of the Assembly of Meru, especially where I'm saying that MCAs are not being set free to exercise their democratic right. Unless that is reversed, you expect to see more impeachment motions in this Honorable Senate, just in case the governor is acquitted. But if that is addressed, Honorable Speaker, I want to assure you that this will be the last impeachment motion to come to this House, because the governor herself has proved that she is ready to work with other members. About my efforts to reach others, yes, I've severally done so. And when you approach anyone in that county assembly of Meru, and they tell you, we don't have any problem working with the governor. But now, when we come to support the governor, we lose the privileges of the assembly. So that single fact owns many members in abeyance of supporting the governor. And I believe if the governor is acquitted, and this Honorable Senate helps us address these issues in Meru, you see that the governor will be ready and willing to work with each and every member of the county assembly. And nothing proves that more, Honorable Speaker, than the evidence that has been placed before this Senate, that the governor herself and the executive team have agreed to allocate 33 million shillings for each and every ward, which was a bone of contention previously for the allocation of the ward fund. Therefore, I believe if the Senate finds it objective and finds it depending on the facts and evidence that has been placed them, that they acquit the governor, there will be peace in Meru.
Senator Danson Mungatana, followed by Senator Agnes Kavindu.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A very quick one. A video was played here in the course of your evidence, and in that video, this Senate, Mr. Speaker, was called a house of shame, a house of greed. In fact, it went in Kiswahili and said that we are wenda wazimu in this house. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted the witness to tell me and this house, what was the purpose of that? Was he adducing evidence to annoy us or to abuse us? What was the purpose of that evidence? Because evidence is supposed to build your case. What did it build in terms of the case? And Mr. Speaker, secondly, I wanted to invite the Speaker to make a ruling on whether we can allow any form of evidence to be adduced in. I cannot speak in this house like that. Why should someone who is a...
Thank you. Senator Agnes Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Witness, you've said that you've been whipped on party lines, the previous impeachment motion. Don't anyone have a right to stand with their own understanding? If you knew that the governor was not right or was right, why then did you agree to take over the motion, which actually the lady told us that she's the one who drafted it, but you took it over because you were so sure that the governor was going to be impeached so that you can take the glory? I believe even in this Senate, we have parties and we have people who can stand on their own and make decisions and make the right decision.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I say first of all, I do regret the ones that were uttered in that video because it is not in my position that these are house of shame. I know the Senate is very credible and objective in undertaking its work. But Honorable Speaker, that evidence was brought before you to illustrate how members of the County Assembly have been incited and induced by party leaders. Specifically, the video played, we have seen it was of the Secretary General of Bas Party at Meru County. And that maybe was the feeling of the MCAs at that point who are supporting the impeachment motion. Therefore, we are to play to show to you the level of the level that political players in the county of Meru can go, the law that they can go, so that they can make sure that the process of impeaching the governor doesn't stop even once the Senate acquits her. My question number 2, whipping on party line, and if anyone doesn't have a stand, I believe honorable senators in this house were elected on parties, and we have seen that parties can bite. The consequences of defying party orders are there, we can't deny that, and we have already seen it being effected on us by being removed from committees, denying to attending trainings, capacity building, denying even opportunities to contribute in the House. Therefore, at that point, because our sales we have sacrificed, Honorable Speaker, members who have been supporting the governor, the 13 members who have been supporting the governor, I want to tell you as a matter of fact, since February this year, no one has gotten a single dime from that assembly as a matter of being in support of the governor. Therefore, when it comes to that point, most members decide to weigh the consequences or the consequences of defying the party lines, and you find that most of them, since we are all human beings, decide to support the party line.
Next question by Senator Veronica Nduati, followed by Senator Eric Okongo.
Honorable Evans Mawira, you were in this House on 6th and 7th of November 2023 with an impeachment motion, and you say this was politically instigated by some political leaders. However, in your paragraph 4 of the affidavit, you did not disclose who are these political leaders. And I've seen a lot of meetings have been taking place, a lot of fights and squabbles in Meru County. In your opinion, do you think the residents of Meru County are being served by Meru County Assembly? Are you, honorable members of Meru County Assembly, serving the people, or a lot of time has been spent fighting, tossing the ball from this side to the other side? Are the Meru County getting any benefit from devolution with all these fights?
Yes, Bwana Witness, I just wanted to get your experience as a member of County Assembly. You seem to have conducted this public participation. The entire process was done in one day. And I've seen the photos and the people who were in attendance, there seemed to have been a very low turnout. Have you done any previous public participation exercise? How was the attendance? And was the process carried out, chaired, and minutes recorded by MCAs, or minutes were captured by members of staff from the county assembly? Just wanted to understand, because we have had issues with public participation before.
Witness.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to address the first question, it's true that there is a lot of political infighting in Meru County. This can be attributed mostly to the losers during the previous general elections. And I'm being asked if the people of Meru are being served by the County Assembly of Meru, members of the County Assembly. I'll come to that. And Honorable Speaker, I will state that the people of Meru have not received the best from the County Assembly of Meru because they have been held captive or have been induced to participate in political infighting instead of focusing on serving the people of Meru. The question of who are those people, Honorable Speaker, I previously mentioned what has been transpired in that county. But Honorable Speaker, even to the reason of safety of my life, I would want not to mention the names expressed in this Senate. It's as dangerous as that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to my experience during or as a member of the County Assembly and during the public participation, I would say that during the first impeachment motion, the public participation was held at the County Assembly, where members of the County Assembly were present and members of staff, and the attendance was well. The second impeachment motion, the public participation was held at sub-county level, where members of the County Assembly were present as well, and participated and took minutes. And the attendance started to go down. During this impeachment motion, Honorable Speaker, the attendance was very poor. And also, in all venues, it is in very few venues where members of the County Assembly attended. Therefore, the public participation meetings were conducted by members of the Assembly. And what I can attribute to the low attendance during this impeachment motion is that the feeling of the people of Meru, they are really tired of these fights. And if you could listen to most of them, because personally I listen to my electorates, they would say, kindly cease of these fights. Let us give every elected leader a chance to serve. And when it comes to removing you from office, we'll do that during the general election because they are about 3 years away from now. Thank you.
The next questions from Alexander Mwinyi and Senator Geoffrey Osotsi.
Asante Bwana Spika, swali langu kwa mheshimiwa wakati wa kutimuliwa kwa gavana Kawira mara ya kwanza na mara ya pili ulikuwa hapa ukiunga mkono aweze kutimuliwa, na unasema kutoka kati hiyo ulienda upande mwingine ndio aweze kuleta watu pamoja, na wakati umeenda kwa hiyo kikundi ama kuleta watu pamoja, ndio mheshimiwa mmoja alisema ng'ombe 20 ya pesa nyingi ilikufa. Ndio tukasikia tukaona kwa video watoto walikuwa wanasaliwa kwa karibu na hospitali, hakukuwa na hospitali inaendelea kwa Karai. Wewe ukiwa mtu wa kuleta watu pamoja, ulisukua hatua gani? Ama wewe ni mmoja wale walipatiwa pesa ndio waweze kuenda kuunga gavana mkono? Asante Bwana Spika.
Mr. Mawira, I want to refer you to your affidavit, which is on page 39, where you have said that the anger and malice was directed towards the 2024-2025 county fiscal strategy paper where 56 MCAs openly went against the previously agreed Ward Equalization Development Fund and allocated 45 million in each of the wards whose elected MCAs were against the governor, and 15 million to the wards whose elected MCAs were supporting the governor. This is after they had agreed, been advised against tabling a ward development
Senator,
fund.
ask your question because you only have 1
What
minute.
I want from the witness is...
Just give him 30 seconds to ask the question.
What I want from the witness, Mr. Speaker, is this particular statement confirmed that this is an illegality because it's against Article 10 of the Constitution. It's clearly discriminated. What is your view about this? And was this physical strategy paper approved?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, nataka kueleza katika hii seneti kulingana na lile swali limeulizwa ya kwamba kama ni pesa inatupeleka kusupport governor, tungekaa katika wale wanaompinga, sababu bunge la Meru, la County Assembly ya Meru, ndilo lina uwezo wa kupea members of the County Assembly money, because I've said that since February, we have not received even a single dime from that assembly as a matter or as a consequence of supporting the governor. Therefore, it is unfortunate that we could be told that it's money that has lent us to support the governor. And also, I believe that as a peace-loving Senate and a peace-loving people, we should strive to preach more peace so that we bring the executive arm of the government and the county assembly together, regardless of what has happened in the past, and not mentioning that only you can support the governor because of money inducements. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, according to the CFSP that I've stated, that is true. The CFSP was approved by the county assembly members, whereas the 38 members, elected members who support or who opposes the governor, were allocated 45 million in their wards, whereas the 7 of us who are in support of the governor, our wards were allocated 15 million. Up and until when the county executive committee member for finance complained to the office of the control of budget and sought some advice, that is when that illegality was collected, and all ones, according to the agreement between the negotiation team, were allocated that is 6 million, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, because we are out of time, I will take the last 2 questions from Senator John Kinyua, followed by Senator Mofaya Kataya.
Asante, Bwana Spika. Mheshimiwa Mawira shahidi, sijui ni kuamini leo ama ni kuamini wakati ule mwingine ulipokuwa umekuja hapa, kwa sababu sijui niseme, kwa sababu Biblia inasema mimi nitumiwe kama chombo. Sijui kama wewe ni chombo, kwa sababu nashindwa ni kuamini leo ama wakati ule mwingine, kwa sababu unasema ulishurutishwa wakati ule mwingine, tena unaonekana ulitishwa. Sasa sijui leo ulipokuwa ukiongea ukiulizwa swali ukasema ya kwamba huwezi ukataja jina fulani kwa sababu unahofia maisha yako. Sasa sijui nitakuamini leo ama nikuamini wakati ule mwingine. Sijui mheshimiwa, nina ugumu, ninakanganyikiwa, ninachanganyikiwa kidogo.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mawira, I have just captured your confession that once you left this house, once you had brought the motion of impeachment against the governor extended some gestures of reconciliation to the MCAs. So in your own view, why do you think other MCAs didn't listen to the reconciliation mood and gesture extended by the governor as you did? You know, I've been an MCA for a decade, and I know the workings and the relationship between the governor and the MCAs. Why do you think other MCAs didn't listen to those reconciliation moves from the governor?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in reference to the question by Honorable Senator Kenywa, I have stated and given facts that led to me bringing the second impeachment motion to this Honorable Senate. And Honorable Senator Kenywa, if at all there's a time you should believe me, it is now. Because if I agree to testify in this Honorable Senate, and knowing the circumstances and knowing the facts that I was here previously, that shows you the level of commitment and sacrifice that I have gone myself to show and prove to you, Honorable Senators, and the country at large, because this matter is a matter of national interest right now, that the governor has been fought incessantly, political fights, and that is why we are here right now. Therefore, those are the facts that I can attest to in this Honorable Senate. Reconciliation efforts by the governor, while responding to question number 2, it's true that she has reached out, and why are other members not agreeing or accepting this olive branch being extended to them by the governor? The reason I've said is the assembly will punish, or the assembly leadership will punish each and every member who attempts to even work with the governor, to an extent of the MCAs in Meru County Assembly, especially the elected ones, cannot be seen even following up for a project in the executive wing of the government. Because if you are seen there, you've been deemed as a traitor, you'll be punished, you'll be removed from committees, you'll be denied assembly privileges, and therefore this makes it very hard for other members to try and forge a working relationship with the governor. Thank you.
Thank you, witness. Counsel for the governor, you had a remainder of 4 minutes. Which witness did you want to call next?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My next and last witness would be the governor of the County of Meru. I had made a request to be extended at least 15 minutes so that I will have a total of 20 minutes to be done with the governor in examination in chief.
Counsel for the Assembly.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir. In the morning, the Assembly was moved with an application that was called the Doctrine of Equality of Arms by our teacher, Mr. Ongoya, our learned counsel. He indicated that there ought to have been equality of arms. I still invoke the same wisdom that there ought to be equality of arms, to which I am seeking indulgence that since this is a main character in this particular proceedings, and when they had the opportunity of dealing with our main witness, they had 1 hour, 30 minutes. It would be therefore suffice to indicate, Mr. Speaker, sir, that in the efforts of making sure that we are all balanced, there is equality of arms, there is proper access to justice, there is fair hearing, that you apportion us the same equal time so that we can have to do justice to this case. Remember, it is we who have accused the governor, and we need sufficient time, if they so pleases the Senate, that they grant us leave to have at least 1 hour, 30 minutes, so that we can dispense with justice, so that at least at the end of the day, people can feel that justice has been done. I so beg.
Counsel, I think you've requested for an extra 15 minutes, but as put by the counsel for the Assembly, you did in the morning, your lead counsel requested that we fair and we give equality of arms as per the timings yesterday. Now, counsel for the Assembly, I doubt if we can give you 1 hour, 30 minutes. But in all fairness, they're asking for an extra 15 minutes. And you did utilize your whole 1 hour, 10 minutes of cross-examination. So To be fair, we will give you also 20 minutes to cross-examine the key witness, and they will have an extra 15 minutes of their 4 minutes which they have. So we'll say roughly we'll give them 20 minutes and you will get 20 minutes to cross-examine the witness.
I am well guided by your wisdom. In the event that we shall not make it, I'll still seek leave for indulgence. I'm most obliged.
Thank you. Counsel for the Governor, you may proceed.
I, Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Good evening, Madam Governor.
Even to you, Wakili.
Thank you. You are appearing before the Senate for the third time, courtesy of the County Assembly of Meru, who seeks to have you removed from office by way of impeachment, and they have cited 3 main grounds for impeachment. One is that you were invited to appear before the County Assembly of Meru, but you did not. Could you explain to the Senate why you did not honor the summons at the County Assembly?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Senators. I did not appear at the County Assembly of Meru because there was a court issue with the impeachment, and I was afraid that I will go there and then it will be termed as contempt of court.
Thank you. You have talked about there being a court issue. Are you aware if the court had stopped the impeachment process at the County Assembly level?
Thank you, Speaker. The court had issued a court order for the same.
And subsequent to the impeachment, did you take any action against the County Assembly for disobeying court orders?
Yes, after they moved and they debated about the impeachment, I moved to court and sued for contempt of court.
Thank you. Subsequently, you wrote to the Speaker of this House informing him of the court processes and the orders that had been issued. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
What was the date of that letter?
9th August 2024.
Thank you very much. Nevertheless, you're here today to answer to the charges. You have filed a response, the one that is dated 17th day of August 2024. Do you wish to stand by the response as adduced before the Senate?
Yes.
And all the affidavits attached therein?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to go specifically to the 3 charges, and I want you to guide me on any evidence that you have adduced, and if the same has been adduced by other witnesses, then you're free to state that indeed that issue has been addressed to your satisfaction. The first ground for impeachment is the ground of illegally revoking the appointment of one Virginia Kawira. Have you made a response to that allegation?
Yes.
You brought witnesses here to testify on that fact, and there was a serious controversy as to a legal opinion that you allegedly received that informed your revocation. I want you to specifically address that issue because all the other issues had been addressed. And I'll be very specific. Did you or did you not receive any advisory from your legal advisor, one Linda Keome?
Thank you, Speaker. I received advisory from the legal advisor. To be very specific, when we were here the last time, I was advised by this honorable house that I should go and do away with any, if there was any illegal appointment. And from that, I called my legal advisor and also the C Waziri for Legal Affairs and Public Administration. And then I sought their advice about one Virginia Kawira.
Who was your legal advisor that you sought advice from?
Linda Keome.
Linda Keome appeared here yesterday and said that you have lifted her signatures from other documents and or you have forged her signature or used it without her consent and termed that advisory as a mediocre. Why would Linda Keome, an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, appear before Senate and disown a document that you allege she had forwarded to you, in your own understanding?
Maybe due to some political pressure or because there's a case in court that she has sued me because of terminating her as my legal advisor. Those are among the issues maybe that have lended her to say that the letter did not originate from her.
Madam Governor, are you familiar with technology to the extent of being able to lift a signature from another document? Are you that conversant with?
I don't know how, no, I don't know any technology about lifting.
Thank you. So your testimony in simple is that there is a personal vendetta between yourself and the advocate who disowned that document.
Yes.
Has the said legal advisor reached out to you personally or through other formal communications available to the county complaining about her use of that signature? Has she written any letter to you? Has anyone from your office been called? Has she called you personally to make that complaint?
She has not called me. She has not written anything to me. I just saw her here yesterday.
For the first time?
Yes.
Thank you. We move on to the next issue. And before I move on, it is your testimony before this Senate, because the actual charge is legally revoking the appointment, that you acted on that advisory to take the action that you took?
Yes, I acted on advisory from the legal and the Waziri.
In 2 minutes, Madam Governor.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am constrained to object to the leading question.
We have my time frozen, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I am seriously constrained to counsel leading the witness and putting leading questions. And he's a seasoned advocate. Perhaps he needs to comply to the rules of examination in chief to avoid unnecessary intervention. I'm greatly humbled.
Objection overruled. Proceed, Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. So, Madam Governor, the issue is illegally revoking the appointment of CPA Virginia. Why did you find it necessary, even at the wake of that advisory, to take the action that you took? In your understanding, was the revocation illegal or not? Why did you take that action? In 2 minutes, kindly.
The revocation was not illegal. I'm the one that appointed Linda Keome. I'm the one that appointed Virginia Kawira. And from the original agreement with her is that she would put away the first assignment that was given by the county government, that is financial officer in the county, and then get the new job. But after that, she did not honor the pledge that she promised.
So by the time she took over the role of the CEO of the County Public Service Board, had she relinquished her previous post?
No.
How would that have affected service delivery in your government had you allowed that to proceed?
It could have affected the government because having or holding that position for 6 years, as the government, we cannot recruit any other person. That's why I asked respectfully to handle one line and leave the public county service officer as a financial officer.
Thank you. Failing to appoint chairpersons of various boards, is it, or rather, what is your stand in respect to that accusation? Have you made any attempts to appoint the chairperson whose positions are vacant?
We took several names for appointment for all the sagas that are in dispute, but to my astonishment that the Assembly have never given a reply or given us a go ahead to have them as the board members.
You see, Legal Affairs and the Public Service was here today and testified to that effect. Do you stand by the evidence that he produced?
I stand by the evidence that he produced.
The other issue is refusing to implement the recommendations of the solutions of the County Assembly. Have you ever received, in your capacity as a governor, any resolution addressed to you by the County Assembly of Meru requiring you to take action against one Harrison Gatobu Nchamba and Dr. Kiambi Aderu Thambura by way of removing them from office? Have you ever received any letter?
I've never received any letter. I've never received any resolution for the same.
Has the County Assembly produced a single communication that is specifically addressed to you as the governor requiring you to take action for a recommendation they made?
The Assembly have not produced any single letter or any resolution to me, addressed to me.
The report is seen to have been received by Harrison Gatobu Nchamba and the County Secretary. What is your comment on that?
I'm not aware whether he received any resolution or any letter on my behalf.
Would it be prudent for the County Assembly of Meru to forward a recommendation for the removal of these two officers through the same officers that you were meant to take action over, or they were meant to just address you directly on this issue?
That could be the best way. They could have done just to write to me directly rather than to the Chief of Staff or the County Secretary.
Thank you. You have also been accused of illegally dismissing 3 individuals from the County Revenue Board, from the Liquor Board, and the Meru Microfinance Corporation. Did you have a chance to interact with the same accusation during the last impeachment?
Yes, it was among the impeachment.
Have you taken any other action since the time we left Senate in respect to the 3 names that would have formed the basis for the new impeachment? Have you taken any other action?
Sorry?
Have you taken any other step towards these 3 individuals? Have you dismissed them afresh? Have you recalled them? Have you done anything to their detriment since we left Senate last year?
Yes, we wrote to the County Assembly of Nairobi, where one of them was an employee. In fact, he was being employed at the county government of Meru and at the same time an employee of Nairobi County.
Thank you so much. I want to move on to the next issue very quickly. You have been accused of gross misconduct by deliberately and knowingly misleading the public that Kenya shillings 86 million had been raised through the pay bill that has been provided for the burial arrangements of a blogger in Meru. Madam Governor, we have watched you in a clip making certain utterances. What informed those utterances, and on what basis would you claim that 86 million had been raised through, rather for this purpose?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Senators. Yes, I stated that the contributions were made to the magnitude of 86 million. This is because For more than 2 months, the leaders and also the members of County Assembly went around Meru County in all stadiums. That is Kinoru Stadium. They end a fundraising in that stadium. They raised a lot of money, even though they did not disclose how much was raised from Kinoru Stadium. They went ahead to Mairitatu Stadium, where there were thousands and thousands of people. They raised money from there. They raised money from Maua Stadium. All members of National Assembly and also MCS, they raised a lot of money. Again, they had to cross-cut across Meru County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What was your connection with this issue that you had to make this statement? How was it concerning you that you had to make this statement? How was it your business that you had to make this comment?
It was
Give that context.
Thank you, Speaker. For me to make the statement, the leaders and also the MCAs were accusing me of being one of the killers to the young man. And from there, they went ahead and we've started verifying this house in connection to me, that when I came here, maybe I bribed or so, and from that is the time I addressed the media to clear my name and also to shed light about the money that was raised, and at the same time to assist the young family get justice, not only for the young man, but also for the fund that were raised during those times.
This is an incident that was widely covered, and a lot of disquiet was in Meru. What did you do to the family of the deceased, if any? Did you take any action? Did you reach out? What did you do, Madam Governor?
I tried to reach out to the family, but unfortunately the person that I sent there, one of my supporters, is almost touched because he was associated with me. I continued now to call media, at least to see that the money which was raised was given to the family.
Thank you. Let us watch VKM4 and VKM8 very quickly. We may need the help of the translator, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The Sergeant at Arms, kindly usher in the translator.
If we could have the time frozen as well, Mr. Speaker, sir, as we wait for the help of the translator. We can now play the video.
Tunapeana onyo, hiyo mwili tutaizika kwa mboma ya ungavana. Isikiki vizuri.
Can we repeat that part kindly?
Onyo. Onyo, mwili huo tutaizika kwa mboma ya ngavana. Kila siku tutakuwa tunatafuta mwenye aliua sniper.
I object to that line of translation. It is grossly misleading, Mr. Speaker, sir. I fully understand the Khmer language. It has nothing to do with
How many translators do we have out there?
We have... Wait.
Is it the only translator we have? He's the only translator we have? There are two?
We have two.
Bring in the other one. As a translator, there can never be any doubt cast upon you. Proceed.
Onyo, mweleyo, residence governor.
A warning: if that body is found at the home of the governor,
I think we have a serious problem, Mr. Speaker. Sir.
Oh, kindly, can we let's pray kindly.
Translator, do this. Face the other side. Don't face the screen, because you're translating what is in English to Meru. Just face the other side and simply hear the Meru language and translate it.
Yes.
Onyo, mweleyo, residence governor.
A warning: if that body is found at the residence of the governor, well, I won't bury that body.
There
is the sound is not that good. Kindly.
We all can hear, Mr. Speaker, sir.
All right, just replay.
Onyo, mweleyo, residence governor.
A warning: if that body is found at the residence of the governor, I won't bury that body. It will remain there forever. Until when we come to get the one who killed the sniper. And if it is not possible, we'll take it to Senate. Because those are the people who brought back that person who killed sniper. And we will fight, and we don't fear. Play on.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we can pause a bit. We had provided a transcript of those utterances. They are contained at volume 4, at page 6, because I am dissatisfied with that translation. Perhaps senators can retreat and look at it and compare with a more qualified translator. We can have the next clip.
Mwiri, you are sniper. The body of sniper will take it round in Kenya. We'll take to Senate. We'll take to Tigania. We'll take to Imenti. We will take to Igembe. And we will take to the county.
Thank you very much. Madam Governor, what transpired after those utterances were made against you and connecting you to the death of Sniper? And kindly, as you answer that, be mindful of the fact that it's an issue that is alive in court.
After a lot of public rallies and the leaders accusing me of killing the sniper, a team from DCI came to my place. They searched everybody, took all our phones, and made even my last son, who is 16 years, to write a statement for the same. And after that, they arrested my brother, who is my small brother. I tried to ask them as to why they did so. They said the investigation is still on, and I believe that justice will be served also as we serve justice to the sniper's family. My brother will also be served with justice. But to me, Honorable Speaker and this Honorable House, I've never even thought of killing, leave alone killing. Even thinking is very far from me.
Thank you. So, is it your evidence that you are thoroughly investigated and you have not personally been in any way connected to this murder and you have not faced any charges?
I have not faced any charges. I did not even record a statement for the same. They came to our place, that is the governor's official residence, did the investigations and went away.
Counsel for Governor, I'm informed your time is up. What do you say?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am truly saddened by that fact. I know we've had serious issues of mismanagement of time. That is a fault on our side. If I can have just 10 minutes with your kind permission, this is a very crucial witness. She's the governor who is facing the charges. 10 minutes, I believe, will do us justice in this matter. I will be done in 10 minutes.
Because it's her career that is on the line, and she only has today to fight for her career, I'll give you 20 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am really obliged. Madam Governor, so you confirm that the criminal investigative agencies within the country were involved in this process?
Yes, the criminal investigative agency were involved and they came to Meru for more than a month to do investigations.
By the time those utterances were made by the people we have seen doing them, had investigations been concluded or begun?
Not even begun.
They had not begun?
Yes.
Did you make utterances during the course of the investigations? Did you make any public statements in respect to the issue during the course of investigations?
The only public utterance that I made is about the amount that was raised during that time.
During that time?
Yes.
Thank you. We have been told that you have caused a lot of problems to the widow of the deceased by claiming that she's cohabiting with an MCA. What do you say about that issue?
That is very wrong. I've never uttered such. In fact, maybe they think by the time I said that the MCA is being hosted by the sniper's wife was being hosted by an MCA, thought that I was alleging a male MCA, which was not.
Which was not the case.
Yes.
We have seen in the clips saying that they will take that body to various places. Have you witnessed them doing exactly that? And if they have done that, who has done that? And what is the target?
The target was just to victimize the governor, and they had the purpose that immediately they raise alarm and also continue telling people the lies that I'm a murder sniper. I will take plea and immediately they will impeach me and bring another impeachment motion out of that.
Thank you. Madam Governor, there is an accused person in that murder, one Chris Camby, and you have been told that you have continued to pay him despite him being a murder suspect. Number one, I want you to confirm if you know the said individual and if he works in your office.
I learned after the investigations were over that he's an employee of county government in the Department of Communication.
There is a letter of appointment that appears at volume 2, volume 6 of the County Assembly's documents. Who is the author of that letter of appointment?
Virginia Kawira, Secretary, CEO, Meru County Public Service Board.
Was that position, in your understanding, a competitive process, or those are among one of the staff that work directly under you?
It was a competitive position.
You've also been accused of, or rather an issue was raised, and I know it will come up during cross-examination, of your association with the main suspect in that murder case, one Supu. Have you adduced evidence to show that he is not a member of your staff, neither does he work for the county?
Yes, he's not a member of my staff. He doesn't work even in our county.
What would be the connection between him and the county of Meru? Was he ever employed by the county?
The County Public Service Board advertised positions, various positions. He was among the people Thank you. The County Public Service position advertised positions, and he was among the people who were appointed by them. And immediately after they went to check on papers, his papers, according to the letter that I can see, and I also saw from the county secretary, that it was a fake degree. And for that reason, the county secretary service board revoked the appointment, immediately revoked the appointment.
Where is that letter found? In volume?
Volume 2.
Of the county government's document at what page?
At page 454.
454. So, would you be having any association with the same individual?
Not at all.
Not at all. Finally, on that issue, Madam Governor, what are your sentiments towards the family of the late sniper? Because it has been argued that you have not made any utterances or directed your feelings towards the family. What would you say? And have you even done that previously?
I did it previously, and I also repeat them. I'm sorry about the family. And in fact, I'm the one that got out of my way to ask justice for the same family. This is a young family that maybe is not all that much able. And the reason as to why I went to media to give my stand is that I saw a lot of kind of mishandling the same family, stealing from the same family, doing it for politics and not to assist the same family.
Your utterances in that press statement, were they directed at the family or to whom were they directed?
My utterances were directed to the general public of Meru.
Thank you. Let us go to the last count of abuse of office. And you have been accused of employing a bloated workforce. Did you stand before the Senate last year and answer to the same charges?
Yes, I was here for the same charges.
Were you found guilty of those charges?
Not guilty.
A list was produced here of the names that you have purportedly employed. Was it the same list that was produced last year, purporting that you had a bloated workforce?
It was the same list that was brought here.
Thank you. You have also been, let me go back to the issue of paying Kiambi Christas Manyara. You have been accused of not taking any disciplinary action against the said individual despite him facing criminal charges. Do you have powers to take disciplinary action against an individual who has been accused of any criminal offense as a governor?
I don't believe I have any powers to do that.
Who should take disciplinary action in your understanding? Who should take disciplinary action in your understanding?
I think the County Public Service Board.
To the best of your knowledge, has that issue been brought to the attention of the County Public Service Board for their attention?
The issue has not been brought to the County Public Service Board, and if there is any, maybe they could have informed me.
Thank you. We also watched clips by the move of the motion touching on two main issues. One is the issue of the death of certain cows within your county, where 20 cows had died because of an outbreak of a skin disease. Are you aware of that issue, and what have you done in respect to that issue? Do you have any data of any form?
I saw the issue on this screen, that is yesterday, For the veterinary services that we offer in Meru County, for the last 2 financial years, we have vaccinated over 200,000 against various diseases. So that one, I only saw the clip, but I did not see any dead cow or any even people supporting the same.
You were also accused of poor service delivery, where even mothers within your county, specifically within Kegocho Hospital, are giving birth by the roadside. Are you aware of that incident, and what have you done about it?
I also saw the incident yesterday, and Kegocho is not a level 4 or level 3 facility. It is just a dispensary. We are putting up a maternity facility, and there is no facility that is supposed, maybe the woman that went to that place, because I saw yesterday, was also assisted by the in charge of that facility, but it has no maternity wing.
Thank you. Madam Governor, I have less than 10 minutes. You have brought several witnesses to testify in support of your case. One of those witnesses is Mheshimiwa Evans Mawira. It has been alleged by the County Assembly that you have procured this witness by way of buying his loyalty. What would you say about that specific allegation?
The allegation is wrong because I don't see if I am able to buy any MCA. Immediately after the third impeachment, I called Mawira as the majority leader by then, just to bring us together and also bring other MCAs as their leader. And from that time, he has faced a lot of challenges, as he said, because of joining this other camp and also refusing to fight the government.
This is your third impeachment motion, Madam Governor. At the point when you first brought at the Senate, how many MCAs did you have in your team that would support anything that the county government executive would do? How many MCAs did you have?
Having been elected as an independent candidate, the first time when the impeachment motion was brought here, I had only 1 MCA out of 69 MCAs. And then I did a lot of effort to bring them together. The second impeachment, I had 10 of them. That is from 1 to 10. And after the second impeachment, I went ahead, tried to look and see how we can work with them together. And I can proudly say that up to now, I have 23 MCAs on my side.
The 23 MCAs are out of what membership of the County Assembly?
Out of 69.
Out of 69. What other efforts have you made to bring about unity and reconciliation in the Meru County?
From the first impeachment, the issues were about the first gentleman of Meru. We discussed as a family and agreed that you will never participate in any county meeting or even in anything apart from just accompanying me to the church, just to make sure that the MCAs are comfortable with me. The issue of first gentleman appeared in this Senate, and therefore we sat as a family, and that was over for him attending any meetings that pertains to the county. Again, I thought it was the issue of money because it was raised in this Senate. The first financial year, that is 2022-2023, we allocated 10 million per every ward. That is the equalization or ward fund. They call it ward fund. They said it wasn't enough. I went ahead, increased it by 5 million, up to 15 million. They said again the money wasn't enough. They wanted more money. This financial year, we've given every ward that 3 million to see if at all there will be peace in Meru. Those 2 steps I took as early when I realized that there are issues with the MCAs. There's also an issue that I should have stopped my programs that I do with the church. That is the Okolea program, whereby we go as a church, donate cows, donate blankets, donate mattresses to the poor. Again, the MCS and the leadership was not happy with the program. They said I should rest the program and I should not continue doing anything to do with the charity work in Meru. For the sake of unity and bringing people together, I stopped my charity work that I've been doing for the last 15 years. I've taken a lot of steps to see that we work together, even by writing to the devolution committee of this Senate to come to Meru and at least see what is the problem. I wrote twice to this, to the devolution committee, and to my surprise, I'm still waiting to see if they will come and see the issues that are ailing Meru. Immediately after that impeachment, I went around across Meru County saying sorry if I had wronged anyone. In fact, at one point, I said sorry 70 times. Each sorry for every MCA, and another sorry for the speaker. 70 times if I had wronged anybody. I asked for forgiveness so that the county will take progress. I want to thank this Honorable House from the advice that they gave me to go and try and sit with every leader. I started with Injorin Cheke. I went to them and asked for a sitting. We sat, we talked, and then we amended everything what was not going well. I sat with the MPs. I sat with every leader who is in Meru. The only person who did not avail himself for a sitting to see that Meru moves forward is the Honorable Senator of this House. The rest, we've talked, we've sat, and we have no issues at all.
Yet, Madam Governor, you're here yet again, even after all those efforts. Clearly, the senators might be inclined to think that you have a problem, and the people of Meru and across the country imagine that you are the one with a problem. Where is the problem then? Why are you here?
Maybe I'm here because of various reasons. One is the threats and intimidation to the honorable MCS, as the witness who has just left the stand said. Number two is about the external forces from the leaders at the county level. We have a lot of leaders from county level. You've seen them in the clips. And maybe you will play another clip that one of them is saying, the senator, but I need protection for this because I might land myself in problem.
You can make the application directly to the speaker for that line.
Honorable Governor, you shall not be victimized for whatever you say, as long as it's truthful and in line with the oath that you've just taken.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Senators. Because I'm here, let me say the truth. The issue of MCS in Meru, one of the person or leader who is trying to fuel and also to bring disharmony in Meru is no one else but the Deputy Speaker of this House. Several times I've tried to reach him. He doesn't avail himself so that I can at least say sorry to him. I tried to reach the devolution committee of this House to come to Meru, but he said through his people that at no time the devolution committee will come to Meru until he gives a green light for the same. This Honorable Senator, Deputy Speaker of this House, is had in many meetings, like the one we've just seen the clip here. The MCAs are planning on how to impeach the governor immediately after we left here, and then they ask for comments from the Honorable Deputy Speaker of this House. He stands, and the video has been played here, and say, we as circumcised men, we will make sure that we assist you, honorable members, in whatever way. We will assist you, and the assistance that he gives to the MCS is to make sure that they impeach me as many times as possible. In fact, he promises them immediately after they leave River Kadita to this end, he will take care of this house. I don't know how he will take care of this house, but honorable senators, the deputy, my senator, whom I give a lot of respect, has greatly interfered with the running of the county government of Meru.
Are you saying that your senator, who also happens to be my senator, is behind your problems in Meru?
I think we can play the clip.
Kindly let's play that clip.
I think it's a yes or no. We don't need to.
Yes.
The clip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Governor, do you think that devolution works in Meru with you as the governor, or the only problem, or not, rather the only solution is for you to vacate your seat and give it to someone else so that we can have peace in Meru? Do you think that there is a working relationship with, especially the County Assembly of Meru, because that is where your focus should be? Do you think there is that working relationship?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The working relationship or the working progress in Meru with the MCAs, I've just said that I started with 1 MCA, then to 9 MCAs, and up to now I have 23 MCAs.
Conclude, Council for Governor. Your time is up.
Thank you. Actually, that was my last question, Mr.
you.
Speaker, sir. I thank you so very much. I yield the witness
Council
for cross-examination.
for County Assembly. You may now proceed for cross-examination.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with your kind permission, kindly I beg your indulgence to advise us as to extension of time. We had agreed previously that shall be equality of times, but I leave it to you as we progress. We'll consider.
Just utilize your 20 minutes fast.
Most obliged.
If at the end of the 20 minutes,
I am well
you're
guided.
not done, you know exactly what to do.
I am well guided,
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Madam Governor, good evening.
Even to you.
The last time you were here, you indicated that you're a victim of misogyny. You remember?
Yes.
Do you still hold that preposition this afternoon?
Yes.
You still hold the position that you're a victim of the gender card?
Yes.
And that it's because of the gender card that you've always been brought before this assembly?
Yes.
Do you reckon that the move of the motion was a woman?
Yes.
Do you reckon that the motion was equally supported by the men and the women of MCAs of the Meru County?
Yes.
And you still hold the preposition that you're a victim of the gender, correct?
A victim.
Should female governors be held to account?
Yes, they should.
Should they be told when they are wrong?
Yes, they should.
Are they bound by the law?
Yes, they are bound.
Are they exempted by any clause that you know of?
No.
And therefore, Madam Governor, when we tell you that you illegally revoked the appointment of Virginia Kawira, and that you contravened Section 58, subsection 4, and Section 5, and Section 59A of the County Government Act. Yes?
No.
How is that victimization?
It was not a
How is that victimization? How do we victimize you as a woman when we say you violated Section 58 and Section 59? How do we victimize you as a woman?
I did not
I'm
violate
asking,
any section.
listen to my question. How do we victimize you? I'm not asking whether you violated. I'm asking, how do we victimize you as a woman?
I did not violate.
I know you didn't violate. That's why you're putting a defense. But I'm asking, how do we victimize you? The question is, how have we victimized you?
I did not violate.
That you have said. But the question is, how did we victimize you? Tukisema kwamba umevunja hii sheria na umesema hujavunja, tumekuonea vipi ati kwa sababu wewe ni governor wa mwanamke?
Na kwa sababu sijavunja hii sheria, amjanionea.
Understanding my question?
Yes, I'm understanding.
The question is about victimization. How have we victimized you?
The council has tried to put it in English and Swahili, but it's not sinking well. I wish I could allow Meru, but that language is not allowed here. Now, let me try to assist the witness maybe to understand. If a governor breaches the law and is held to account, if it happens that that governor is a woman, is she being victimized? Because
she's not.
Thank you.
Council, have I...
Thank you for the indulgence. I enjoy from the wisdom of having practiced many years of law. Thank you, Senior Counsel. And therefore, you sat through the evidence of one Linda Kiome.
Yes.
You heard that she distanced herself from that particular letter.
Yes.
And you are given leave by the Senate to bring or to produce the original letter, correct?
Yes.
Have you produced it before the Senate this afternoon?
We made the calls.
Have you produced it?
I have not.
Thank you. Who is in custody of that original letter?
I think the office of the legal advisor.
Think or you know, who is in custody of that letter?
Our secretary.
Your
and she
secretary.
says yes.
Is that secretary within your reach?
She's in Meru.
Is she within your reach?
She's within my reach.
Did you communicate to her that it was important to have that particular letter produced before the Senate?
I communicated to her and she said that she had given the letter to the legal team that was preparing.
Oh, so the letter was still within the custody of the legal team?
So that they can have a copy.
Thank you. Have they produced it?
They have produced a copy.
Have they produced the original letter?
No, they have not.
Thank you. How can we tell and how can you dispute the allegation of forgery? How can you distance yourself with the allegation of forgery in that particular letter?
There is no forgery in that particular letter.
How can you, in the absence of the original letter, how can you distance yourself? May I repeat the question?
Yes.
In the absence of the original letter, how can you distance yourself from that letter?
It has been asked a few hours ago, so, and because it's in Meru, we need to do some arrangement.
You cannot distance yourself from that letter in the absence of the original, correct? You cannot distance yourself from the allegation of forgery in the absence of an original letter.
I can distance myself.
When do you allege that the same was given? When do you allege that the advisory was given? Is it your testimony that was given on the 23rd February 2024?
Yes.
And when did you begin having problems with Linda?
Way back.
Yes, way back. When? Which specific dates?
I don't remember the date.
Do you remember issuing a notice of the intention to terminate her services?
No.
I remind you, Madam Governor, that on the 26th of March 2024, you issued a notice of intention to terminate the services, correct?
Yes.
And therefore, at that particular time, your relationship with Linda had already started going south, correct?
Not completely.
Not completely. Were there functions that you had indicated? Let's look at that letter. You indicate that the reason for the termination is due to her perennial unavailability to offer legal services or legal advice. Then you also say, when the governor raised this concern over the same issue in December, it's an independent letter annexed to the affidavit of Linda, which was filed yesterday.
Yeah, Linda's affidavit is an independent document. It's not contained in any of those volumes, but it was circulated. If you don't have a copy, kindly make available a copy to Honorable Oroba. Is there any other senator who doesn't have a copy of Linda's affidavit?
May we freeze the time?
Can you make available a copy to Senator Mogeni and Senator Oroba, please? Proceed.
You got it?
See it, Council.
That is the annexure indicated as Office of the Governor, a letter dated 26th of March 2024, which is the last page, indicating as notice of intention, indicated as notice of intention to terminate your services. Have you seen it, Madam Governor?
Yes.
Did that letter originate from your office?
From the Chief of Staff.
From the Office of the Governor, correct?
Yes.
And this is that an officer was working under you, correct?
Yes.
And the Chief of Staff works under your instructions, yes?
Yes.
And that she cannot execute any functions without you having indicated or given instruction, correct?
Yes.
And as such, this letter therefore originated pursuant to your instructions, yes?
Yes.
And therefore, you're indicating that you have a problem with Linda due to her perennial unavailability to offer advice, correct?
Very true.
So on this particular day, where was Linda when issuing this advisory?
I don't know.
You do not know.
Yes.
Did you instruct her to issue this advisory?
Who now?
You yourself, did you instruct her to issue this advisory?
Her or he?
Did you instruct Linda to issue the advisory dated the 23rd February?
I called legal advisor, that is leader, and also...
So you instructed her, correct?
Governor, it's
I asked
either
for
yes
advisory
or
from
no.
them.
I'm asking a simple question. Did you, you instructed her?
Yes.
What was the mode of communication?
One-on-one.
One-on-one, on that particular day?
Not that particular date.
Yes. When did you seek when did you seek this advisory?
After maybe 3 days.
When did you seek the advisory?
I can't remember the date.
What had triggered you to seek this advisory? What had preceded the need to seek this advisory?
There was allegation that Virginia Kawira is holding 2 positions.
Are you the one who sent out this advisory? Are you the one who called for it?
I called leader and they asked for advisory.
Was the revocation of Linda done pursuant to the provisions of the law?
Yes.
Do you know what the law says in terms of the revocation of a member of a board?
Yes.
You understand that you cannot revoke an appointment of a member of a board without a resolution of the county assembly, correct?
It's not true.
Just show her the law. Show her the law. Read it out for her.
You are talking about leader or Virginia?
Virginia. I'm at Virginia. Would you read section 59A, 58?
58?
5.
The members of the board may only be removed from office, A, on grounds set out for the removal of members of a constitutional commission under Article 25(1) of the Constitution, and by a vote of not less than 75%.
A vote of not less than 75%? We have 2 ways of removing person from an office, correct?
I revoked, not removed.
When you revoked, did she leave the office?
She went to court.
I'm asking, when you revoked, assuming that she did not go to court, was she to leave the office?
After revoking, she was not to leave the office.
Ulipo revoke hiyo barua yake, ulitarajia atarudi katika ofisi yake siku nyingine?
Nilitarajia atachagua kazi moja kati ya kazi mbili ambazo alikuwa anashikilia.
Hivyo haukutarajia kwamba atarudi kwa ile ofisi yake siku nyingine. Kweli si kweli?
Nilimpatia achague anarudi kwa ofisi gani.
Nijibu swali langu, nimekuuliza vizuri sana. Ulitarajia kwamba atarudi kwa ile ofisi yake awe CEO wa board tena?
Yes.
Ulitarajia vipi na usha revoke?
Revoking is not dismissing.
I understand English. My question is whether you dismiss, whether you revoke, the ultimate result is that she is going to leave that office. She is going to be removed from that office, correct?
Angetoka kwa hiyo ofisi kama angeacha kazi ambayo alikuwa amenashikilia kwa miaka yote.
The revocation was done pursuant to which law? Which law did you invoke when revoking that appointment?
The law that makes me an appointee.
The laws in Kenya are known. We know all the laws. Which law specifically did you invoke? And perhaps show us from that purported advisory which law was invoked while purporting to revoke. Have a look at that advisory and lead us to the law from that particular lawyer who advised you that a revocation can ensue. Which law did he invoke or did she invoke?
The legal advisor that is leader knew the law that
yes, I understand.
she used.
Which law did she invoke in her advisory? Can you see where she's saying, I am relying on the County Government Act?
No.
The last paragraph of that letter. Kindly show the Madam Governor.
This is leader's affidavit.
Madam Governor, be patient, be sure where to read.
Proceed, Counsel. And Senator Roba, you don't shout. If you have not given you any permission to speak, you stay silent.
Can you see why thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you see why it is written, in rendering this legal advice, I am relying on the County Government Act? Correct?
Yes.
Has she quoted any provision?
No.
Did you hear her saying that this is a mediocre advice? And therefore she distanced herself from this mediocrity?
She cannot distance herself from this.
I'm asking, did you hear her saying?
Yes.
You heard her saying it's mediocre?
Yes.
Do you understand why it is mediocre? It's because she's not referenced on any law? I put it to you that the letter is referred to as mediocre because it's not referred to any law and it was done by an amateur.
I'm not a legal expert. That's why I sought legal advice.
Mr. Speaker, could we have video number 11 in the County Assembly videos played from second 12? And as we await for that video, it is your testimony that there is proper delivery of services in Meru County, correct?
Yes.
There is no hue and cry whatsoever nature, correct?
Maybe there is some part.
Yes? There is no hue and cry, correct? All services are flowing smoothly, according to you, correct?
Yes.
Including the health sector, correct?
Yes.
Kindly play at second 12. And you confirm that that facility has no maternity ward, correct?
We are putting it up, not yet finished.
Have a look. We are just interested with that writing on the wall. We don't even need an interpreter.
That's a new block.
It's okay. Wait. I've not put a question to you. Rudisha nyuma kidogo. Tafadhali. Can you see, sorry.
maternity sibitari
Just, we are interested at where we have Keboshwa maternity ward. Kindly, Madam Governor, would you kindly read out?
That's a new block which is not even furnished.
Can you see where it is written Keboshwa maternity ward?
It was written 2 months ago. Yes, I can see.
It's okay.
Yes.
When was this? Who opened this facility?
It has not been opened yet because it has no furniture.
Is this facility functional?
It is functional as a dispensary.
As a dispensary?
Yes.
a dispensary that can take any emergency of whatsoever nature, correct?
No.
Yes?
Limited to services.
Limited to services.
Yes.
Let's have where, and perhaps you need an interpreter now, let's have where the women are saying that a woman delivered on the road. Let the video be played.
Chora bagetie machokio kuma kemandaitare nara kinyaba kwenda kunenkerwa mwana ora inala simekire kwerwa mwana keni neke sibitare.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we need an interpreter.
Can you bring the interpreter in the house? What is your issue, Senator Gloria, as we wait for the interpreter to walk in? Keep it short.
Mr. Speaker, in the interest of this House, I hate to say this, but we have been taking time out of the other team to get the interpretation and for the purposes of the visually impaired. Mr. Speaker, I don't see why now when we are saying there's a visually impaired person in the interest of time that they are getting favored to run clips without an interpreter, Mr. Speaker. I'm seeing as if there's a problem here, Mr. Speaker. So also, Mr. Speaker, they should stop badgering the witness because she should be allowed to answer the questions. She's not being allowed to answer the questions. And it's a common thing there.
Do we have the interpreter in the House? Senator Gloria, you've never registered yourself as a visually impaired senator. Proceed with the proceedings.
Can you have the video played?
These are women from the village who are saying it is a big risk to the kid and to the mother. I came here early in the morning, that is 4 a.m., and I was going to pray, and I found women here.
I think we can stop at that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You've heard what those women are saying, correct? What are they saying?
She was going for prayers and met a woman who was crying along the road.
Yes. Proceed. Let us play.
As I was going to church, even the church I didn't have to attend, I went looking for other women from the village. During delivery, the kids were all over, and we were chasing them so that they cannot join us in the process.
Thank you. Heard what the women are saying, that they are complaining that one of them is delivering from the along the roadside, correct?
Yes.
Did it surprise you or did it catch you by surprise?
I was surprised also.
You did not get to know about it, correct?
No, I saw it on yesterday.
Thank you. And you are the chief executive of the county government of Meru, correct?
Well, we have.
You are the chief executive.
Yes.
Thank you. Let us play video number 1. 1A at minute 2:42.
Wale ambao wana
Yes.
Ningependa kusema hivi. Vincent Moreri ama Supu ambaye ni key suspect. Hajawahi andikwa kwangu. Si mfanyikazi wangu. Hakuna siku amefanya kazi kwa gavana. Na si mfanyikazi wa county, ni shabiki kama vile hao walio nyuma yangu ni shabiki.
Suppose that is you speaking, correct?
That's very true.
And what is the context? What is the context of your address? You are addressing about the death of Sniper, correct?
Yes.
And you are distancing yourself from that person called Supu, correct?
Yes.
And that he has never worked in your office, correct?
He has never worked in
Do you
my
still hold that preposition even this evening?
He has never worked in my office.
Thank you. Let us look at the evidence. Volume 2 of the County Assembly bundle of documents at page 430.
County Assembly.
Yes, County Assembly.
Your time is up. Council for the County Assembly, your time is up.
Yeah, let us caught us by surprise, Mr. Speaker, sir. And because this is a crucial witness, we seek indulgence and your favor that you may grant us at least 20 more minutes so that I can also yield to my learned friends to just carry on with the rest of the...
Council for County Assembly. We have a deadline to beat. We have until midnight tonight to conclude this matter. We are not doing very well in terms of time management, and therefore I will give you 10 more minutes.
Most obliged. Let's have a look at that document. Page 430. Are you at page 430, Madam Governor? That is, we can begin at page 429. That is the information that the individuals were charged with, correct?
Yes.
Volume 2, Mr. Speaker, yes? And
Yes.
Vincent Mureithi Karimi alias Supu is one of the accused person, number 1, correct?
Yes, accused.
Is that the same Vincent at page 430? Is that the same Vincent Mureithi Karimi at 430?
Yes, yes.
And that is confirmed that it's a curriculum vitae for Mr. Mureithi Vincent, correct?
Yes.
Let's move to page 431. Yes? Can you see where it is written Vita TV?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Do you know Vita TV?
I know by the TV.
Where does it broadcast?
From Meru.
From Meru. Do you have any association with that particular TV?
No.
You don't have. I put it to you, and then look at where we have directors. Miriam, where we have the references. Can you see the references?
Miriam Guantai.
One of the references, correct?
Yes.
Reference to Vincent, correct?
And the Father Kaberia.
And Father Kaberia. Do you know Miriam?
I know Miriam.
Who is Miriam?
A close relative.
Close relative. Relative to who?
Relative to the governor.
Relative to the governor.
Yes.
Who is she referring?
From these documents, she's referring with Vincent.
Vincent.
Yes.
Yeah? Doesn't she work as your PA?
Yes, she works.
She works at as a PA, correct?
Yes.
Do you still maintain that you do not know Vincent and that Vincent does not work for you?
She doesn't work for me.
Let's go to, has she ever worked in the county government at any given time?
He has never worked to the county government of Meru.
Thank you. Let us go to page 443 of the same bundle of documents. That is a letter from the Public Service Board, correct? 443, Honorable Senators?
Yes.
And that the County Public Service Board is responsible of placement, correct?
Yes.
And that there is that letter is an internal memo, yes?
It's an internal memo.
Sent to the Meru County, from the Meru County Public Board to the Chief of Staff, correct?
Yes.
And that the Chief of Staff works under your office, correct?
Yes.
Can you see where you have serial number 1?
Yes, I can see.
Who is that?
The number 1 person.
Yes.
Vincent Mureithi.
Vincent Mureithi.
Yes.
Can you see where it is written designation?
Yes.
What is she?
Assistant Director.
Assistant Director?
Governor's Press.
Governor's Press.
Yes.
Do you still maintain your preposition?
Yes.
That she doesn't work for you?
It doesn't work for me.
As I yield to my next counsel, I put it to you that you are capable and you have been a pathological lawyer who has a liar, who has always craved and hidden under the card of gender. And that you have come before this assembly to lie, and that your witnesses have always been lying and that they have lied today. Yes?
I will prove to you now.
Did you listen to the submissions or the response of the CEC for ICT?
No.
Did you listen to that evidence?
From who? From who?
Ibrahim.
Ibrahim who?
Mutwiri.
Yes.
Did you hear him confirming that he is a man of proper standing?
Yes.
And that has not been proved otherwise?
It has not been proved.
Madam Governor, I yield to the next council, but you shall not keep on lying. We shall not allow you to evade accountability on account of misogyny. We shall not allow you to evade accountability on account of it wasn't me. I yield.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Mawira. I will take the few minutes that are remaining. Madam Governor, in your opening statement, you said that the County Assembly defense consists of lies, correct?
Yes.
And you said that it is pure lies, correct?
Yes.
We have shown you evidence that the purported legal advice from the purported legal advisor is a lie. We have caught you lying. We have shown you further evidence that the letters that were purportedly written by the notorious County Secretary but never received by the Office of the Clerk, but which you purport in your evidence to have been received by the Office of the Clerk, are also outright forgeries. We have also shown you evidence, and contrary to what you say in that video, that you don't know Vincent Muredi, alias Supu, we've shown evidence that this person has actually worked under your office.
I know Supu, but he has never worked in my office.
Wait for the question, Madam Governor. Do you still maintain that despite all this evidence of lies and inconsistencies in your evidence, it is a county assembly that is lying?
There are no lies.
Okay. Madam Governor, there's a video, but for the benefit of time we won't play it. There's a video in your bundle of videos where you did a tour after the last impeachment proceedings. You went to Meru and you're addressing the rally from the rooftop, correct?
Yes.
Is that your best evidence of your reconciliation efforts? Is that your best available evidence?
Among the best available evidence.
Have you presented all the other evidences before this Senate?
Yes.
Where are they? Madam Governor, turn with me to page 394 of our volume 4, Honorable Speaker, volume 4. Page 394. And as you open it, open page 558 of the said volume, those two pages. Yes, show them to the Governor. And this is a recommendation, Madam Governor, I'll read and you will agree with me. On 15 and 16, this is a recommendation by the County Assembly that a sub-vote be established within the Office of the Governor to provide a budget for the Deputy Governor, correct?
Yes.
And this recommendation was made to the County Treasury, correct?
Yes.
And the head of the County Treasury is Mr. Ibrahim, who testified in the morning in your favor, correct?
Yes.
At page 558, this is now the report on the Meru County Budget Appropriation Bill for number 2 of 2024. You will agree with me that the committee notes that the CCM Finance did not adhere to that resolution at number 16. That is page 558, Honorable Speaker. Correct?
Yes.
So, Madam Governor, if your evidence is that you are the foremost peacemaker, is that you have made all attempts at reconciliation, why would you allow your CEC to deny the Office of the Deputy Governor a budget? If indeed you want to reconcile with the Deputy Governor and you want to reconcile with all other leaders.
The Deputy Governor doesn't have a vote, that is one. Number two, the amount allocated to the governor is for both the deputy governor and the governor.
You did not get my question. Why would you deny that office within your office still?
We've never denied that office budget.
I think, Honorable Speaker, I leave it to interpretation by the Honorable House. Honorable Speaker, I'll ask that video number 1C, or 1B in our bundle of videos be played. And that is my last question. 1B of the County Assembly bundle of videos. I'll seek your indulgence to get the interpreter, the translator. And this is my last question.
It's rendered in English. Proceed.
The video can be played.
Jua sniper. Bari biashara ne na siasa ne bari katikati. Mbese ile bodete mo kanande inkoloki ya milioni 86. Tulenda mo sniper kilo nyombe ngoroba. Tulenda mo sniper
Council, your time is up.
Tulenda mo
1
sniper.
minute. We conclude.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Who is speaking that video, Madam Governor?
Myself.
Proceed,
Council. Posture.
Senator Gloria, you're out of order, and I'm giving you a caution.
Madam Governor, would you say in that video, the posture you have taken in that video, which is quite different from the posture you've taken in the witness stand, would you say you are sensitive to the plight of that family?
No.
You are not sensitive. You agree? Thank you. Thank you for that answer. What evidence have you placed before this Honorable House to prove or to show that indeed 86 million Kenya shillings was raised?
There is a video clip.
No, evidence of money, not a video clip. Evidence of money.
Evidence of money in the video clip.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for listening to me.
Council for Governor, you may re-examine. You have 5 minutes to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I will be very brief with the Governor. Madam Governor, you have been taken through a series of questions about a number of issues. Is the murder of Sniper subject of this impeachment? Has there been any accusation in the notice of motion about your involvement to the murder?
No.
Secondly, you have been asked to, or rather you've been put to task about certain employees of the county government of Meru, one of them being Vincent Morethi. Again, in the impeachment motion, is the issue of the employment of Vincent Morethi featuring anywhere in the notice of motion? Is
Not
it an
featured
accusation
anywhere.
you're facing?
Not.
Does it have any relevance in these proceedings?
It doesn't have any relevance.
Do you confirm that there is a murder trial that is taking place as we speak in respect to the unfortunate murder?
Very active one.
Thank you. You have been told about a facility within Kegocho Ward. Kindly clarify what is the status of that ward. Is it an operational maternity wing or it's not an operational maternity wing?
It is not operational. We just finished construction the other day and yet to have the furniture so that it can start being operational.
Are you offering maternity facilities or rather maternity services at the facility?
We are not offering maternity facilities there.
Thank you. Again, back to the issue of the employees of the county. How many employees do you have at the Meru County government?
6,000, almost 6,000.
Almost 6,000.
Yes.
Are you in charge of all these employees?
No.
Specifically, the issue of Vincent Morethi. Is he an employee of Meru County?
He is not an employee of Meru County.
Did he attempt to be an employee of Meru County?
he attempted, and then the letter was revoked just after 1 week.
By the time you're making those comments, was he an employee of Meru County government?
He was not an employee.
He was not an employee. Thank you. Finally, you've been asked about the copy of the original of the legal advisory that was offered to you by one Linda Kiome. Given a chance, would you bring it to Senate, and why haven't you brought it to Senate as we speak?
Due to time, because it was just asked a few hours ago.
The issue of production was done when you're still in the Senate? Is that your evidence? Was that request made while you're still in Senate?
Yes.
How far is Meru from where we are currently?
5 hours drive.
5 hours drive. It would then require reasonable amount of time for that to be availed in time. Yes. Thank you very much. Finally, have you made specific responses to all the allegations that have been brought against you in this house?
Yes.
Have you supplied enough evidence to controvert every allegation against you?
Yes.
Have you brought witnesses before Senate who have talked on various issues?
Yes.
Do you stand by the evidences that they have adduced in court, in this Senate?
Yes.
Thank you. That is all for this witness, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I wish to close the governor's case at this juncture.
Thank you. Now we shall move to allow honorable senators to seek clarifications or ask questions. Now, as the honorable senators are doing that, counsel for the parties, prepare your closing statements. We are not going to take a break. Immediately, the honorable senators are done seeking clarifications, will straight away move to closing statements. Senator Mungatana Damson. We have half an hour.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just...
We have exactly half an hour to allow clarification from honorable senators, starting now. So we'll stop at 8:40.
Mr. Speaker, a quick clarification from the Honorable Governor. It is normal, Mr. Speaker, that senators and governors, because of the different roles, they have, by nature of their roles, they have differences. And so, the question I wanted to ask the governor to clarify, maybe he can explain to me and the Senate, why single out the senator for Meru, maybe just for playing his role as a senator? Is there a particular reason why he has singled him out, and yet he's just one of the senators? I mean, like all of us, we have issues with our governors. I want that clarification. Is it really true that he is causing a problem in the Meru County, or is it that he's just playing his role, his rightful role? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Governor.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Speaker and honorable senators. In this case, my senator, the Deputy Speaker of this House, I agree that he should do his oversight or any role that is given to him. But for this case, he has gone beyond in disrupting peace in Meru. One of the reasons is this. I wrote to Kadhuri Murungi requesting that the devolution committee come to Meru and try to solve our issues. And in fact, I'm not lying, but telling the truth, he denied me that chance for devolution committee to come to Meru and mend the issues in Meru. Number two, my dear honorable senator for Meru, as an ambition of becoming a governor, which is not wrong. It is right for him to dream to that position. But I believe that you cannot light your candle by putting off other people's candle.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, Linda Gaki Kiome deponds that there was forgery, and in the affidavit that was circulated yesterday. I've looked at the ruling of Justice Nzioka in civil suit number 551 of 2011, and Justice Nzioka ruled that for a signature to be deemed and certified as forged, a document examiner's report must be produced. End of quote. I want to ask the governor, in the case of allegations of forgery, who bears the burden of proof? Number two, a lot of HR issues have been brought up. Could the governor tell the Senate what measures she has undertaken since she took office? Can the governor tell us whether the 500 million expenditure or growth in expenditure in the 2022-2023 financial year that was cited by the Assembly was approved in the budget, and whether the Assembly approved it? And finally, Mr. Speaker, people are dancing on the grave of Sniper, and Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate. Can the governor tell us whether she's a suspect, whether she's been taken to court, whether she's part of those who have been taken to court on suspicion or allegations of killing Sniper? Because we cannot use that innocent boy to settle political scores, and Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that all parties are choosing to dance on the grave of Sniper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Governor.
Thank you, Speaker. For the case of being a suspect, that case, I'm not a suspect. I did not even record a statement with the police. They came, did the investigations, and left. For the issue of 2023 approval, the approval for this year, the Assembly has not approved. We still have issues with the budget. The Waziri for Finance elaborated about the issue we have with the Assembly. And for the document that Leader Kiome said it was forgery, I think the forensic investigation should take course and give us an answer for, because I'm not a forensic investigator. Neither this House, I don't think this House has the powers to know if the document is forged or not, unless we take to the examiner.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Honorable Senator, I think Excellency the Governor has said that the Committee of Revolution tried to intervene in the issue between her and the Assembly. That's very true. However, there was no one time, I want to put the record straight, there was no one time the Deputy Speaker of this House said that we cannot go to Meru or have a reconciliation with anybody. We did meet, a team went there, led by the Vice Chair of the Committee of Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. They met Her Excellency the Governor. They also talked to the Speaker of the Assembly and the Assembly members. However,
clarification, Senator, because your time is running.
Okay.
And the mic will go off.
Yeah, I just want to put the record. But we did not succeed because the Assembly that time was going to a retreat. And as I said, that is actually why we could not be able to meet the two of them. However, we tried again, and the Deputy Governor, when we were going there, there was an issue in Meru. We could not go back again. I want to put that record straight, Your Excellency. Your
Senator Omtata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. A lot turns on this issue because some of us have been wondering why there has been no intervention in these matters of Meru by the Senate before we come to be treated to this yet of the absurd. And I would like confirmation from maybe the Secretariat, whether it is true or not that the Meru governor sought the intervention of the committee.
You should seek clarification from the witness, not from the Secretariat.
But they said they wrote to this house. The witness has alleged it. The only person who can defend is the Secretariat.
No, the Secretariat is not on trial.
It's not, but now,
Senator Omtata, if we don't have any clarification that you're seeking from the governor.
okay,
please.
the governor, to whom did you address the letter that sought the intervention of this house in the Committee of the Devolution in the affairs of Meru?
Thank you, Speaker. I wrote to the Committee of Devolution, which is led by the chairperson, Senator Abbas, and the senator who has just spoken before Mtata. I've agreed that indeed I tried to call them to Meru so that they can intervene.
Very well. Senator Oroba.
I have two clarifications. You have alleged that one of the interference that you have, the political interference, is by the Deputy Speaker, Senator Kathuri. Is this the only person? Because I would like to know if you're saying that this impeachment is being pushed by Senator Kathuri, or who are the other politicians behind it. I would also want to know if in those politicians there's any woman who is also trying to get you impeached. My other clarification is the issue of the hospital. The CEC, do you have a CEC of health? And if you have a CEC of health, has the county, have the MCAs tried to impeach the CEC, because there is an actual clause in the Constitution for removal of a CEC, because the duty of care of the Ministry of Health actually falls under the CEC, yet they are jumping the CEC and going straight to the governor to impeach. I would like that clarification.
Thank you, Senator. Indeed, I have CEC held. The County Assembly of Meru has never tried to impeach the CEC held. That is the position. About the political interference in Meru, there are so many other people who believe that they should not be led by a woman, and that's why you see them gathering together and then trying to politicize the issue of a young family to bring me down. There's a tradition in Meru that they should not be led by a woman. I want to say categorically that the chair of the interference, or the person who interferes most, is the Deputy Speaker of this House. The rest, I don't see if it's good for me to mention them in absentia.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just need to seek some clarification from the Governor. Madam Governor, in your bundle of submissions, and I'd asked this question earlier on, there seems to be a lot of letters back and forth from your office to the Assembly seeking for particular members to be confirmed in particular boards. Can you tell us whether those letters, as alleged, are fake, are forgery, or those letters are indeed letters that you've sent to the Assembly and were either ignored by the Assembly or they were responded to? And finally, can you just tell us whether there is any form of cooperation, harmony between you and the Assembly of Meru? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Governor.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Speaker. Indeed, I've tried to engage the County Assembly of Meru by giving the names for the board, but unfortunately, they have been ignored throughout.
Senator Mofai.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I want some clarification for the Governor. I happen to be a neighbor to the Governor, And of late, I have witnessed influx of patients from Meru County to Tharaka County seeking medical attention. I would request to know from the governor, maybe there could be some breakdown in any of the facilities in Meru County, as alluded in that video we have just witnessed before us. Number two, Honorable Speaker, recently we have witnessed a national reconciliation which was being executed by His Excellency the President, because we had some national crisis that called for a broad-based engagement, and now the country is at peace. One would want to know from the governor, why has it taken us close to 2 years without managing just 69 MCAs to sit down and work for Meru people?
Thank you, Senator, for reconciliation. As I said earlier, I've tried my best to reconcile the leaders. The Mwananchi has no problem at all, apart from the few elected leaders who have some issues. But I sat with Injury, as I said. I sat with the members of parliament. I sat with the CS, the former CS Agriculture. I sat with the assembly leadership. The only person that would not have a chance is the Deputy Speaker of this House. There is a lot of progress, because when I was here the first time, I had only one MCA. Then for the second impeachment, I had 9 of them. Now I have 23 MCAs on my side. To me, that's a great progress in mind of the political interferences that have been going on and the intimidation of county assembly members by the same leaders. I've tried my best, and I believe as I continue, more will come on board, because I'm doing a lot of civic education also to show the community that they should not disregard the leadership of a woman just because she's a woman or the tradition says so. About the hospital in Meru County, Senator Mofaya, most of our patients come from Tharaka to Meru General Hospital. They don't come from Meru to Tharaka, but Tharaka to Meru. Thank you.
Senator Mazayo.
Asante Bwana Spika. Swali langu Gavana Kawira, swali langu ni kuhusikana na yule mshauri wako kwa mambo ya kisheria. Yule mama alikuwa anaitwa Linda Gakikiome. Nataka kuuliza swali moja tu. Ulimwandika kazi wakati huo akiwa mshauri wako wa mambo ya sheria tariki 28 mwezi wa 3 mwaka wa 23, na mwaka mmoja kamili tarehe 26 mwezi wa 3 mwaka 24 ulimpatia barua ya kumwisha kazi ama kumwambia kwamba unataka awache kazi. Nataka kuuliza, je, baina ya wewe na yeye kulikuwa na kukosana, ama kulikuwa na taabu fulani, ama kulikuwa na kutoelewana fulani ndio sababu akasema kwamba yeye si alikuwa ameandika ile barua, bali ni kwamba wewe ulikuwa umefanya ile, pengine si wewe lakini ile barua iliyoandikwa si wewe uliyetia mkono wako kidole? Nataka kujua hiyo tu.
Asante sana Senator. Ningependa kusema ya kwamba nilipotoka hapa wakati wa impeachment ya kwanza, na Senate ikaniambia ya kwamba nitafute njia ya kufanya kazi pamoja na hata watu ambao ni wa vyama vingine. Nilimtafuta leader ambaye alikuwa naibu gavana wa Rentore wakati wa kutafuta uongozi. Nikamwambia tufanye kazi kwa pamoja, na ninaamini wakati nilimtafuta sikuwa na moyo mbaya. Hakuwa amenikampenia, hatukuwa tunajuana, lakini kwa sababu nilikuwa nataka kuleta nyumba yote pamoja na kuleta Wameru pamoja, nikamchukua huyo hata kama alikuwa mpinzani wangu. After 1 year, alikuwa na kazi nyingi sana, maana ni wakili na alikuwa anafanya kazi zake. Kwa hivyo kupatikana ilikuwa ngumu. Number 2, kulikuwa na wakati walikuwa wanafanya LSK, sijui kutafuta viti upande huo, akawa hapatikani kabisa. Nikamuita kwa ofisi yangu, tukaongea. Nikamwambia kwa sababu Meru kuna changamoto nyingi na kuna mambo mengi ambayo yanahitaji advisory. Nikamwambia kuja uwe karibu na mimi, akaniambia hapatikani. Ndio basi nikamwambia kama upatikani na kuna maneno mengi ambayo yanapaswa uhusishwe, naomba tu, na tukakubaliana ya kwamba yeye mwenyewe atatoka kwa hiari yake, lakini baadaye alikataa, na nikaona ni vyema nitafute mtu mwingine ama nimsimamishe kazi ndio Meru iweze kuendelea vizuri. Sina ubaya wowote na yeye.
Senator Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need clarification on Madam Governor. This is the 3rd impeachment on your side. As what is different from the other 2 than the other one? And again, if there is any difference from the other 2 which has been already done, how? The second one is about the maternity ward. If at all, if it is not equipped, why is it labeled? And if you have labeled it and there's delivery outside there, it means there is demand. What have you taken? The action you have took when you have saw there's delivery outside there. Thank you.
Governor.
Asante sana. The labeling of the maternity was just done less than a month ago. We had anticipated that we will have equipment so that we can have the maternity wing functional, but due to the budget constraint, we did not make it for the last 1 month, and I believe in the coming maybe 2-3 weeks, the maternity will be ready for use. My Waziri for Health visited the place and other places because we have more than 230 health facilities in Meru, that being one of them. Of course, I can agree that we have small issues, but we are still, as a government, looking at how we will improve everything to see that the mwananchi is happy.
Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 questions to the Governor. Madam Governor, one of your key witnesses, Honorable Kawira, confessed on record and under oath that he and a group of other members of the County Assembly of Meru, on their own motion, converted themselves into economic saboteurs, that they sat down and conspired to sabotage the economy of the county government of Meru. At what point did you get to know about this admission of crime? And as the governor of Meru, did you report this matter to police with a criminal offense? Secondly, Madam Governor, I want to get your appreciation of the impeachment process. Do you appreciate it as a legal constitutional process that the Assembly should take as part of its business and facilitated by the Assembly, or is it a personal initiative by people who have a grudge against their governor? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Governor.
Thank you, Senator. I have not reported any economic sabotage to the police because this is kind of political, which is fueled by external forces to sabotage my administration and also the good work that I do. And I want also the honorable senators of this house to know that the real Mwananchi kwa ground has no issues about the way I run Meru County. It's only a few class of leaders that have sworn that I will never have peace in that county. They must keep me busy with other things because of 2027 politics. There is nothing more or big than more. It's only 2027 politics that is being played by the MCAs who are used by the political class or political leaders across Meru County. About the personal initiative,
Are you done, Governor?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Joyce Kawira.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My question to the Governor is the efforts that she has put in place, especially on the third impeachment, and the relations that she has with the rest of the governors, especially on the matters, this impeachment and the stability of the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I've made a lot of efforts from the last impeachment. One is by providing to the honorable MCAs of Meru County the ward fund that, or the ward project to every ward to the tune of 33 million per ward. Number two is involving them to be part and parcel of my tours to the ground so that at least they can assist in participating and knowing what is ailing the community for us to work together. The relationship about myself and other leaders, especially the governors, is good. I have no issues with the other leaders, apart from few leaders from Meru County.
Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Governor, just wondering, is dissolving the county way to go? Because looking at the relations you have with the county assembly, and I'm also wondering, they have called you all names. They have called you a mad person. They said the impeachment of the governor is their business. So what is the way forward? And also, is there anything working in the county? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Everything in the county is working apart from politics. In terms of development, Meru County has been ranked among the 5 best performing counties in Kenya. We have no issues with even absorbing the budget. We have been ranked with 79%. That means that Mwananchi is getting services. Mwananchi is very happy about the leadership. Mwananchi is very happy about the progress that we are doing as the government of Meru, apart from the few political leaders who want to show that filthy picture to the country that there is something wrong. Dissolving the county, honorable senators, this is the mandate that is rested upon you. I cannot dissolve it on my own unless, I don't think I have powers to do so, but this honorable house has powers. I think the president also has the powers to do so. But I said earlier, we have young men and women as MCAs in Meru. Those who are not in the madness of political issues. They participated in the elections, won in different ones. They have just been in office for 2 years, remaining 3 years. They did their best to be leaders in respective ones. We will be doing justice to a person who has no issues with Meru politics. Will there be any justice to the governor who ran the whole county as an independent governor and won the position against 2 bigwigs and against the tradition of Meru that says that we should not have a woman as a leader. As I speak, honorable senators, in Meru, we have only one elected lady who comes from my place. Out of the 45 elected MCAs, we have only one. Meru has never elected a leader at the national level. We get all the nomination slots and no election to women. I think the other way about to solve this issue is to do a lot of civic education to Meru so that people can understand and embrace the leadership of women. That is the only issue in Meru. For development, we are doing well. For absorption of the budget, we are doing well. Mwananchi is very happy.
Thank you, Governor. You're now repeating yourself. Senator Veronica.
Honorable Governor, assume that the impeachment proceedings do not succeed and you went back to Meru to continue with your task as a governor. Do you see possibility of ever reconciling and being able to give development to people of Meru, or will you be back here, will be brought back here by the politics that are causing all this trouble in Meru? Is there a possibility? And have you been able to do any projects in the course of all these squabbles and fights?
Thank you, Senator. With all these fights in Meru County, I've been able to do a lot of projects. We've done kilometers and kilometers of road in Meru County. We've done major dams in Meru County. We've done a big rehabilitation center in Meru County. We have renovated, equipped more than 50 healthy facilities in Meru County. We've done more than 31 equipped boreholes in Meru County. We've done and brought up the ECD program for the ECD kids in 777 primary schools in Meru County. We've done a lot in terms of development, apart from the interferences.
That is not the question. You've been asked, assuming for purposes of just this argument, assuming you go back to Meru, the verdict is you go back to Meru. With whatever you've explained, the toxic political environment, will you still be able to deliver anything, or you'll be brought back here? That is the question that the senator.
Thank you, Senator. I don't believe in coming back here again, Honorable Speaker. This is because there is a lot of progress from 1 MCA to 9 to 23, and I believe by the next coming 2 months, I will have around 40 on my side. There is a lot of progress since I left this Senate.
Senator Mogeni.
Hello, Governor. Linda Gaki Kiome, you gave notice of termination 26th of March 2024. How did she take it? And how is your relationship with Linda Gaki Kiome? Is it cordial? Do you talk? Is there any vendetta against either of you? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. She did not take it lightly. She took me to court. There is a live case in court, High Court Meru. I don't think she was happy about it. The working relationship since then isn't good.
Now, honorable senators, we have to terminate that session. The 30 minutes allocated to this session has long been spent. Governor, you may retire to your seat.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We are now going to move to the closing statements. And the first team to proceed to make their closing statement is the team from the County Assembly. So, Council for County Assembly, you may proceed to make a closing statement for not more than 60 minutes.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir. We'll have Mr. Morioki taking the first 20 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Eric Murioki. I will take the first 20 minutes of our closing argument. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members of the Senate, when the story of devolution in Kenya is told or is written, the members of the 3rd County Assembly of Meru will be remembered fondly as champions of devolution who, without compromise or favor, exercise their oversight role, champion for accountability, transparency, and good governance by holding the person accused before you to account for every transgression. These members of the 3rd County Assembly have performed their oversight duty even when it was inconvenient to do so, even when it was not fashionable, despite several and serious challenges, including threats to their lives and their families, as you heard the testimony of the attempted torching of the Assembly. Mr. Speaker, sir, the MCAs, the elected representatives of Meru County, have told this honorable House time and time again that there is a problem in Meru. In 2022, the MCAs were before this House when the governor, barely a few months after being sworn in, had opened war fronts against members of the County Assembly through vilification campaigns, against the church, against elected leaders in the county. And back then, during the first impeachment process, the governor was offered invaluable pieces of advice by the members of this House who were in the select committee that was investigating the matter. And indeed, the governor vowed to become the foremost peacemaker in Meru. This vow was short-lived, and in 2023, the governor found herself again before this House, answering to other charges, having opened more war fronts, including now her own deputy, by encouraging and condoning junior officers to undermine and insult that deputy governor. She was at war with the members of parliament from Meru. She was at war with the Council of Elders, with the Senator of Meru, and other leaders, as the records of this House will reflect. Now, the governor has fallen out with her own secretary of the County Public Service Board. And perhaps inspired by getting away with her actions twice, the governor has now become so bold in her violations of the law to the extent that she has personally, under her own signature, purported to dismiss the secretary of the County Public Service Board in clear and gross violation of sections 58 and 59 of the County Government Act, and in usurpation of the powers of the Assembly. Although the governor terms what she did as revocation, she has failed, when put to task, to point to any provision of the law that allows this thing called revocation. Mr. Speaker, sir, for purposes of putting the record straight in this House, once a member of the Public Service Board, or the County Public Service Board, is appointed in accordance with the County Government Act, Section 58, the process of removing that member is as is provided in Section 58(5) of the County Government Act, and upon the grounds that are set out in Article 251 of the Constitution. And despite being advised by her own chairperson of the County Public Service Board, the governor proceeded to purport to revoke the appointment of Ms. Virginia Kawira Mereti, who is now only in office pursuant to a court order. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, surely it cannot be, or at least it cannot honestly be, that everybody else is a problem in Meru. It cannot be that it is the MCAs that are the problem. It cannot be that it is the church which is a problem. It cannot be that it is the elected leaders that are the problem. It cannot be that it is her own deputy that is the problem, and now the County Public Service Board. Mr. Speaker, sir, during previous proceedings before this House, the governor blamed her misdeeds or whatever went wrong in the county on two officers, the chief of staff and the county secretary, in her famously infamous defense of "it wasn't me." However, when the county assembly made recommendations that the governor institutes disciplinary measures, including dismissal, against these officers that she blamed for things going wrong in the county, she refused to implement this recommendation. A fair-minded and reasonable person, honorable senators, must therefore conclude that the governor has been acting through those officers, or that they have been violating the law and the constitution with her blessing and under her patronage. On one hand, the governor tells you in her defense that the violations of the law she is being accused of are occasioned by others. It is the county secretary, it is the chief of staff, and that those others should be called to answer those violations. But then, on the other hand, the governor proceeds to tell you that the county assembly has no powers to recommend that the governor should take action against these very officers that she blames for those violations. Surely, honorable senators, the governor cannot have it both ways. Article 185(3) of the Constitution of Kenya empowers the county assembly to exercise oversight over the county executive. And one of the measures of oversight is to recommend removal from office of these officers that the governor herself has previously pointed at and blamed for violations of the law. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, when you retire to make your determination, remember, it is not the MCA's word against the governor's. No, it is the governor's own words and actions against the legal and constitutional requirements of good governance and integrity. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, you have heard in videos number 1A of the County Assembly and 1B, the governor, in her own words, tell a dangerous lie that 86 million shillings was collected for the burial of the deceased sniper, a fact she very well knew to be false. And when put to task to prove those statements, she has failed. In cross-examination, the governor states that the only evidence that she has of 86 million is a video, which video has not even been shown to this House. Mr. Speaker, sir, you heard the young widow that stood here, Irene, tell you that as a result of the governor's lies, she has not only been ostracized by the community, but has also become a target because people think she has 86 million that she is holding on to. Honorable senators, let me remind you that the evidence of the young widow was unchallenged. Not a single question was put to her in cross-examination by the governor. And the inference here must be that she was telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to the extent that her testimony could not be challenged. Honorable senators, words spoken by leaders mean something, or at least they ought to. Words spoken by leaders have real consequences. A leader of the stature of a governor telling such a lie to the public has led to such disastrous consequences, as you heard the witness testify here, that she can't even live in a matrimonial home. Honorable Senators, that cannot be taken as anything else other than gross misconduct. Article 73 of the Constitution of Kenya does not leave any room for a public officer to make such misleading utterances to the public, endangering the lives of others and bringing dishonor and disrepute to the office that she occupies. And such misleading claims are also in gross violation of Section 19 of the Public Officer Ethics Act. Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable senators, you heard the governor in cross-examination admit here that her conduct was insensitive to the family. This pattern of lying to the public that the governor engaged in, she did so while paying full salary and benefits to one of the persons accused of murder of Sniper. Christas Kiambi Manyara is a communications officer in the office of the governor. It is not in doubt that he was charged on the 29th of February 2024, and it is not in doubt that he continued to receive his full salary and benefits, as evidenced by the pay slips produced in, among others, page 392 and 393 of volume 2 of the County Assembly documents. Mr. Speaker, sir, in that pattern of lying, the governor says in a video that she does not know this person, who is a main suspect called Vincent Mureithi. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, documents have proven that this person was employed as a deputy director of the governor's press, and that one of his referees, in the governor's own words, is the governor's sister, who is also her PA. You will find this person's letters of appointment in pages 445 to 452 of volume 2. This is a person that the governor denied having any knowledge of. Honorable senators, it cannot be a coincidence that this outspoken activist who criticized the governor was murdered just a few weeks after the second impeachment motion. It cannot be a coincidence that the people accused and charged are so close to the governor by her own admission. Honorable senators, moving on, as a result of the governor's breach of the law and court orders, the county of Meru has suffered financial losses, including being slapped with costs of 3 million shillings, and this house can confirm the same from the decree of the court produced in pages 162 and 163 of volume 2. Honorable senators, the Auditor General's report identifies that the management of Meru County is headed by the governor. And this is in line with Article 179.4, which identifies the governor as the chief executive of the county assembly. And the Auditor General's report flags breaches of the law by the management by including other things, irregular payments, excessive wage bill, use of the manual payroll, which compromises transparency and accountability, and this can be confirmed from pages 344 to 347 of our volume 2. Honorable senators, the use of the manual payroll according to the Auditor General, has led to a loss of 102.9 million. Honorable Senators, the Governor has refused or failed to appoint chairpersons of various boards in Meru County, and therefore these boards cannot be said to be legally constituted. Even when the Governor purportedly forwarded names of nominees to these boards, she failed to forward accompanying information or clarification sought, as is required by the Public Appointments County Assemblies Approval Act, Sections 4 and 6. Honorable Senators, you have been treated, or at least attempts have been made to treat this House to theatrics by the Governor and her legal team, who, in attempts to deflect the attention of this House from the Governor's violations of the law, have resorted to the stories of gender and other irrelevancies, which are not a sufficient defense or explanation to any of the violations in the impeachment motion. Honorable Senators, as the Governor claimed that she illegally revoked the appointment of the CEO of the Public Service Board based on advice from an unnamed legal advisor. The person who was serving as the legal advisor to the Governor at the time in question came here, testified. Came here and testified that the internal memo dated 23rd February was a forgery. She saw an affidavit that was presented to this House. Honorable Senators, the said memo bears no name, and there can be no clearer indication than this that it is indeed a forgery. In the opening remarks by the Governor's Council, this House was told that the Assembly is lying, and in fact the words used were that the Assembly is made of pathological liars who have believed their own lies. In view of this forged memo, I therefore ask this Honorable House, and I invite the Senators to ask, who is lying? The same Governor who accuses this Assembly, the County Assembly, of lying, is caught forging that internal memo. A ruling was made this morning that she should deliver the original memo. She has failed to do so. The Governor, in the same pattern of lies, stands here and tells you that she has 23 MCAs supporting her. The impeachment motion, a cursory look will tell you it was signed by 49 MCAs. And simple math tells you that 49 plus 23 is 72. Yet, shockingly, the County Assembly of Meru has only 69 MCAs. So it cannot be true that the Governor has 23 MCAs supporting her. The Supreme Court in the Sonko case was categorical that there is no obligation in impeachment proceedings to prove each and every charge, and this means that even one charge substantiated should suffice. In that case, Honorable Senators, guidance was offered that impeachment proceedings are quasi-judicial in nature and are not in the nature of criminal proceedings. They don't necessarily require that criminal culpability should be proven to succeed. All that is required is that these allegations be substantiated. This word substantiate, what does it mean? It simply means to provide evidence. It does not necessarily mean to prove beyond reasonable doubt. It means that there must be substance in those allegations, that they have been proven to have substance. Honorable Senators, as I conclude, the evidence presented before this House cannot be trivialized to statistical count as an attempt was made in cross-examination of the mover. The gender card cannot be used to escape accountability. It is not a carte blanche
glad that you guys are together and... Well, Alonso is a single man, and you're also a free woman, so then... I'm happy for you two.
What will you do now?
I don't know. Maybe destroy the samples? Steal them? I don't know anything as long as they don't find out the truth.
You made a fool out of me and betrayed me.
Your father was Tulio Irazabal.
That is a lie. What do you want to accomplish with all this? I'm telling you, my father, my only father, is Olegario Montoya.
Las Bandidas.
Good evening and welcome to Prime Edition. In a few minutes, or in about 40 minutes, the Senate will be making a decision whether to uphold the impeachment of Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza or to return her to her job. Remember, this is the third impeachment that is facing Kawira Mwangaza in the Senate. We have details lined up for you, and of course, we'll be linking up again with the Senate in a bit. But for now, let me inform you about what else has been happening across the country. Here are tonight's highlights. Defining moment. Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza to know her impeachment fate by midnight tonight. 8 top Gigiri police officers arrested uninterdicted after 13 remandees escaped, including key mass murder suspect. And free after a night in police cell. High Court stops Jimmy Wanjigi's prosecution, triggering his release on a 10 million shillings personal bond. And Wangeshi is a sign language interpreter. My name is John Jacob Kawira. You're very much welcome to the broadcast. 8 top police officers from Gigiri Police Station have been arrested and interdicted in connection with the escape of 13 remandees, among them Collins Jumaisi, a key suspect in the murder of 42 women found dumped in Kware, Embakasi. The Acting Inspector General of Police, Gilbert Masengeli, who quickly arrived at the scene and among those interdicted, or that arrived at the scene, said among those interdicted include the Gigiri Police Commander OCS, Gigiri Police Station Duty Officer, the Duty and CEO, Station Guards and Report Office personnel. According to Masengeli, preliminary investigations suggest an inside job prompting a manhunt for the escaped detainees. 4 of the 17 inmates who remained in custody are now assisting police with the investigation.
Initial investigations revealed that between 3 and 4 a.m. Tuesday, Collins Jumaisi, the prime suspect in the murders of at least 42 women found in the Kware area of Embakasi, managed to escape from Nairobi's Gigiri police station. Jumaisi, accompanied by 12 Eritrean detainees who were being held for illegal immigration, cut through the wire mesh at the station's basking bay and scaled the perimeter wall, all while the CCTV surveillance cameras monitored the area. The breach in security was only discovered when officers arrived to serve morning tea to the detainees, only to find the cells empty and the escapees gone.
Our preliminary investigation indicated that the escape was aided by insiders, considering that officers were deployed accordingly to guard the station.
Following the escape, Gigiri Police Station has since been declared a crime scene, with full investigation now underway to determine how the suspects managed to orchestrate their escape.
I have interdicted 8 officers who were on duty last night, among them the Gigiri Sub-County Police Commander, OCS, Gigiri Police Station, Duty Officer, Duty NCO, Station Guards and Report Office personnel. The matter is currently under investigation by Internal Affairs Unit, and any person found culpable will face full force of law.
As the search operation intensifies, Top police officials led by Acting Inspector General of Police Gilbert Masengeli and the Director of Criminal Investigations Mohamed Amin said they will leave no stone unturned to rearrest the fugitives.
We further appeal to the members of public with any information that may lead to the rearrest of the suspect, especially the murder suspect, Collins Chumaisi Kalusha, to report to the nearest police station or through the police hotline numbers 999 or 112 or 911.
4 out of the 17 inmates who failed to escape are helping police officers with investigations. While authorities are now under intense pressure to track down the fugitives and restore the confidence in the police system, the incident raises significant concerns about the safety.
See, there is a county assembly by its lead council, that is Ndego Njiro, making its close